Beneath the surface of the ocean lies a darkness older than memory. Here, pressure builds until steel folds like paper. Here, light has never touched, and silence is a living weight pressing against every surface. It is in this crushing blackness that things exist, which no one has named. Shapes that glow where no sunlight reaches. Sounds that travel farther than any whale song, yet belong to no creature we recognize. Shadows that pause against the current, as if watching us in return. We have mapped Mars in greater detail than we have mapped our own seabeds. More than 80% of the ocean floor remains uncharted, a wilderness of trenches, ridges, and plains, where the rules of life are rewritten with every dive. Some of what we find there can be explained: thermal vents, bioluminescent fish, shifting tectonic plates. But some discoveries resist all explanation. They are measured, documented, and left unresolved. Tonight, we sink into those depths, into the places where instruments falter, where cameras flicker, and where entire expeditions surface with more questions than answers. Where are you watching from right now, and what time glows on your screen? Tell us below. Let's see how far these mysteries travel. The descent began in water that looked empty, but the instruments registered otherwise. Pressure rose evenly, currents drifted mild, and yet there was resistance, as if the submersible was entering a different medium. Then came the glow, not sharp like a lanternfish, not scattered like plankton, but a curtain stretched wide, pulsing with quiet rhythm. It moved as though it breathed. Every ripple carried a pulse of light that flared left to right in sequence. Not random, not chaotic, but deliberate. For 20 minutes the curtain held its form. Then, when the lights from above dimmed, the glow folded back into itself and vanished. The recorders noted that the water around it had turned warmer by 3 degrees, though no vents were near. The temperature dropped back to normal once the curtain dissolved. Later reviews suggested the pulses of light resembled a pattern, almost as though something had responded to observation. No samples were taken, nothing remained, and the ocean closed as if nothing had been there. But in the logs of that dive, a line was written in ink rather than type. If it was not alive, it wanted to be seen. Far beneath the North Atlantic, sensors mapped an anomaly that resembled a spiral structure. It began at the seabed, coiling upward with the symmetry of a shell, narrowing until it vanished into sand. The sonar mapped it as solid, but when beams struck, the spiral refracted light into scattered prisms, glittering as though glass had been folded into bone. The current around it was still. Within its hollow center, a vibration echoed faintly, a low resonance, repeating every 12 seconds. Hydrophones caught the tone. It was not seismic, not current, but structured, a sound as though something was humming inside the coil. When instruments drew nearer, the resonance rose in pitch. The crew decided to withdraw, but before ascent, the spiral bent. Not fractured, not destroyed, bent, slowly leaning toward the signal that had found it. And then, as though softening, it collapsed. Sand filled the space, and the spiral was gone. The final vibration echoed once more, higher, then silent. When slowed, the tone resembled an exhale. In a canyon branching from the mid-Atlantic ridge, divers reported a current behaving like a river. It slid across the seabed in silver-grey streams, dense and unmixed, carrying fragments from far above, leaves, splinters of wood, even small bones still intact. The current did not disperse into the ocean around it. It bent sharply against stone and spilled downward into chasms, folding into itself, as if following paths unseen. One team followed its course for over an hour. Along the edge, instruments failed. Compasses spun, thermometers recorded warmth far beyond expected ranges, and cameras flickered before stabilizing again. The current itself carried silence. Fish that swam into it did not emerge. Nets dropped into it returned empty. At its end the current disappeared into a fissure, too narrow for passage. For minutes afterward, the water at the fissure pulsed, as though something beneath had drawn it inward deliberately. Local sailors avoid the canyon altogether. They say the current is not water at all, but a path, a channel leading downward, waiting for those who do not know better. 2 divers went down along a ridge of black stone. Both were tethered, both steady. From the surface their voices came through, clear, clipped with routine. Then one voice thinned, not cut, not broken, just stretched, as though distance had entered, where no distance should exist. The other diver surfaced alone. His mask was still sealed, his hands locked to the ladder. The tether he carried ended in a clean edge, as though severed from below. He did not remove his gear at once. When asked what had happened, he said only she kept sinking. In the logs of that dive, the notes stop there. Later review of the equipment showed frames corrupted by static, shadows of movement, where no animals were registered. In one still image, a hand reached upward, blurred at the edges, already far away. Behind it was not water, but something darker, like the outline of bulk without form. Nothing else was seen, no trace recovered, no echo of her depth. The man never returned to the sea. He claimed she had heard her name before the silence. No one else heard it. Instruments recorded nothing. The ridge remains avoided now, not by rule, but by memory. Between the Faroes and Iceland lies a square of sea that trawlers mark privately, but never publish. They call it the Drop. Nothing unusual on the surface. No shoals, no cliffs, just flat water with currents mild. But nets cast, there are ruined, ropes twisted in spirals, as though pulled by enormous unseen fingers. The catch is lifeless. Fish arrive rigid, eyes pale, gills unmoving, as if frozen at the instant of capture. Crews tell of something stranger. Sometimes the hull shudders gently, not from storm or impact, but from a rhythm. A knocking, deliberate, counted in fours, rising from beneath. The sound ceases when nets are reeled back. Once a net returned with an object not alive but marked, corroded metal, etched with arcs and symbols no one could read. One diver thought they resembled cuts in cave stone, too old for ships, too old for memory. The object was boxed for study. It never reached the laboratory. Since then, new sailors ask why the drop is avoided. The old ones do not explain. They say only, because sometimes the sea speaks back. A buoy anchored to the seafloor sent its pulse every 90 seconds. Steady, precise. The rhythm was logged for days. Then it stopped. The tether remained. The seabed around it bore a single mark, smooth and circular, as though something vast had rested there briefly before rising away. Hours later, a signal appeared at the same frequency thousands of miles away. Identical pattern, identical interval, as though the buoy had been lifted intact across distances no current could traverse. The new signal lasted minutes, then ended with a noise not in the program. It was faint, metallic, drawn out, like breath exhaled through hollow steel. A replacement buoy was deployed. Its signal lasted 4 days before silence. Divers found no tether, no anchor, nothing. The sea had removed every trace. Since then, no more buoys have been placed in that corridor. Engineers mark it as anomaly. Sailors speak differently. They say the ocean there does not record signals, it remembers them. On a trawler far north, the crew hauled nets heavy, with something translucent. It slid across the deck like a sheet of living glass, its veins faintly glowing with pale fire. At first, they thought it lifeless, until 2 recessed orbs ignited from within the body. Not eyes, not lamps, but spheres of cold light that flared in rhythm, long, long, short. The sequence repeated without pause, as though transmitting a message. A deckhand touched it. His hand recoiled instantly. Blisters rose across his skin, though he swore the cold had burned him, not heat. The air around the body shifted, breath frosted. Instruments recorded sudden drops in temperature. Then the form convulsed, not violently, but inward, collapsing into itself, leaving only a thin film across the boards. That residue smelled faintly of ozone and evaporated before dawn. The ship's medic entered the incident in sparse words. The captain's log added only one more. It was not looking at us, it was looking through us. No trace remained to be studied. But weeks later, Another vessel claimed to see faint orbs glowing beneath the surface at distance, pulsing with the same pattern. They did not linger. Along the edge of an island shelf, sonar mapped lines too neat to be random. Divers later described avenues of stone laid parallel, intersecting in squares that stretched across the seabed. The surface was smooth, unbroken by coral or erosion. In places, the stone bore shallow carvings, spirals, arcs, cuts aligned with precision. Some resembled pathways, others looked like symbols without language. The divers reported unease. The water was still, almost thick, and sound seemed to dampen as though swallowed. Cameras blurred whenever turned toward the markings, frames streaking white where detail should have been. The effect ceased once the divers returned to open water. When another team revisited months later, the avenues were gone. The seabed was bare, as if swept clean. No slabs, no engravings, only sand. Official records mark the first findings as misinterpretation, but the divers who walked those avenues insist they were real, that the seabed carried the geometry of a place once shaped for purpose, and whatever removed it did so without leaving a trace. At the deepest trench, hydrophones picked up a tone, repeating at steady intervals. Should low, resonant, it pulsed every 19 hours, rising slightly in pitch, then subsiding again. The sound did not drift, did not fade, as though fixed at a point no current could reach. Analysts listened for weeks. On the third recording, a second tone appeared, fainter, delayed by fractions of a second, like an echo or an answer. The pair of tones layered over one another, creating a sound that seemed alive with patience. There was no storm above, no seismic event recorded, no machinery nearby. When the array was retrieved, the logbook contained an unusual note. Someone had written by hand, not an echo, a reply. The tones have not been heard again. Yet in that trench, silence is heavier than sound. And sometimes, in the static of recordings, listeners claim to hear a faint hum waiting beneath the noise. In the Norwegian Sea, sonar traced a shoal, stretching wider than any recorded before. The readings showed a dense mass moving in unison, the shape of life shifting like breath. Nets were cast, lowered deep into the supposed swarm. When pulled back, the nets returned empty. The shoal still appeared on screens above, holding its shape, circling the vessel, but the water below was barren. Divers who descended saw nothing. No scales, no fins, no flash of silver, only dark. They surfaced shaken, unable to explain why they felt watched in a void that should have been crowded. For hours the shoal persisted on sonar, undisturbed, circling, alive in absence. When the vessel pulled away, the signal collapsed instantly, as if never there. The captain marked the coordinates and warned other ships. Scientists later dismissed it as false reflection, interference in layers of salinity, but sailors who heard the story believed differently. They said it was not fish. It was the shape of life imitated, a lure, waiting for something larger to approach. Far in the Pacific, a spiral appeared on the seabed, not carved, not raised, but made of thousands of pale organisms gathered in a perfect coil. The formation stretched nearly 30 meters across, narrowing inward to a hollow center. As the formation was observed, the creatures pulsed in unison. Light flared outward once, bathing the seabed in a pale wash, then dimmed. Instruments recorded a sudden drop in pressure, not explained by depth or current. When the observers attempted to circle the formation, the spiral loosened, one section unraveled, then another, until the entire coil dissolved into individual specks of pale life that scattered into the dark. The hollow center remained bare. Later analysis of the recording revealed something unsettling. When the light flare was slowed and translated into audio, the waveform pulsed like a heartbeat, steady, deliberate, too uniform for chance. The file was archived, rarely replayed. No expedition returned to that site. In the Indian Ocean, sonar captured what looked like a column of stone rising from the seafloor. 30 meters tall, smooth, vertical, too perfect to be debris. As instruments locked onto it, the column moved, not drifted, not collapsed. It shifted sideways, leaving the sonar field, its motion slow, heavy, like mass sliding through silt. The shift disturbed surrounding water pressure for minutes, a pause in the natural flow that left the sea unsettled long after the object had vanished. When a later dive returned, there was nothing, no stone, no remnant, no sign that a structure had existed. Sediment patterns suggested something large had pressed there once, but nothing remained to mark its shape. A diver who reviewed the data wrote a single line beside the scan. It did not sink, it left. That note is still archived, with no further comment attached. South of a continental shelf, cameras recorded luminous strands rising vertically into black water. They did not drift like plankton or flicker like scattered fish. The lines glowed solid, continuous, stretching upward out of view. For 14 seconds the image held steady, then the strands bent toward the camera, slow, deliberate, curving together like threads drawn into a braid. The feed cut to static. When the system recovered, every gauge read 0, depth, temperature, salinity, all flat, blank, as though the ocean itself had been erased for a moment. Engineers blamed failure of sensors, but the footage remained intact, undeniable. In it, the last frame before collapse showed light curling at the edge of the lens. Those who studied it agreed on one detail. It was not rising randomly. It was leaning, like something aware of being observed. Hydrophones fixed in the Caribbean recorded a hollow resonance that lasted 3 minutes. It began low, swelled in pitch, and climbed beyond audible range. During that time, vessels nearby reported failures. Radios silent, lights dimming, compasses spinning without direction. When the sound was slowed to 1/8 speed, it revealed not one note, but many layered together, a chord resonating like an instrument, strung by something vast. Listeners described the recording as unnatural, even musical. Some dismissed it as ice fracturing, others as seismic shift. Yet the harmonics were too regular, too precise, arranged in intervals no glacier or quake had ever produced. The recording is rarely played aloud now. Those who hear it often describe the sensation of being addressed directly, as if the sound were not just vibration but language, speaking in tones no one could answer. Near the edge of a trench, a camera caught something that appeared for 7 seconds, then disappeared. It was not form, not body, but an eye, oval, vast, luminous with reflected light. The lens caught its gaze once before it closed, the lid sweeping down not with the motion of water, but of intent. When reviewed later, no distortion appeared in the footage, no evidence of error, only the reflection of the eye, watching, then gone. Crew members disagreed whether it belonged to one creature or was only a fragment glimpsed in the dark. Some swore the water seemed heavier in the moment, as if bearing down under attention. The log entry ended with a single line. It knew it was being seen. Nothing else was recorded at that depth. The site was left unmarked, a blank square on the map, where no one has gone back. We continue our journey downward, and here the ocean offers not life, but shadow. Along a canyon wall, divers found a cavity where the current stilled completely. The water inside the opening was heavier, resisting every movement. Lights showed a smooth interior, as if carved, but no marks of tool or erosion explained it. The walls absorbed sound. Even breath inside a regulator seemed swallowed before it could echo. When a probe was extended, the cavity pulsed once with heat. Instruments spiked, then froze. The probe retracted intact, but its casing was warm to touch, warmer than any reading at that depth should have allowed. Nothing emerged from the cavity. No creature, no mass, just a chamber that seemed to exist apart. The log described the space as a negative, not a presence, but the absence of everything surrounding it. The crew marked the site and moved on, though several later admitted privately that they felt a pull, not physical, but mental, a persuasion to enter. The sea is full of hollows, caves, vents, fractures, but some are not places. Some feel like pauses in the fabric itself, and here the pause was listening. Not far from that canyon, another team recorded a field of spheres scattered across the plain. They rested half buried in silt, smooth and reflective, each about the size of a human torso. When touched, the spheres did not shift like stone. They quivered faintly, as if tension ran inside them. Some gave off low vibrations, barely audible, but felt in the ribs, like standing too close to a machine. One sphere split open along a seam that had not been visible before. Inside was no shell, no core, only black water. It bled into the ocean around it, without dispersing, a darker density that sank faster than normal current. The sphere closed again. The mark of the seam vanished. The divers retreated without collecting samples. Later, when reviewing footage, one observer noticed something stranger. In the reflections on the spheres, the divers themselves did not appear. The surface showed the seafloor, the equipment, the beams of light, but never the figures moving among them. If the spheres were mirrors, they reflected everything except those who touched them. Remember that as we speak of these anomalies, we are not dealing with myth but with records, logs, films, measurements made under pressure. Each account is incomplete, yet each repeats a pattern, things that are there, and then gone, leaving no trace except what they wanted us to notice. In this next record, cameras captured a lattice of threads, rising upward, like a net suspended in nothing. The threads glowed faintly, outlining squares and diamonds. Small creatures swam into the pattern and vanished, never emerging again. The lattice did not shift with current. It held rigid, as though anchored to invisible points. After 12 minutes, the threads dimmed. The squares collapsed inward, folding until all that remained was a single vertical strand. Then even that withdrew, disappearing like smoke through a crack. Instruments showed no drop in biomass. Nothing had been consumed, yet what entered the lattice did not return. The ocean holds predators we cannot name. But this was not attack, not pursuit. It was a grid, open and waiting, then closed, a shape drawn not to chase life, but to receive it. Across a plateau of silt, a row of fissures released streams of lightless fluid. The water carried no heat, no minerals, only density that shimmered faintly like oil on stone. Instruments dipped into the streams failed within seconds, gauges spinning before resetting blank. Divers described a sensation of weight pressing against them, though no pressure readings changed. One fissure widened without warning, a silent yawn in the seafloor, then closed again with no tremor. In the log, the leader described it as a seam in fabric stitched beneath the ocean. Nothing emerged, yet the sense remained that something had looked out. You and I are following these anomalies in sequence, and this one was not a creature, but a doorway. On the slope of a trench, the water turned translucent. Not clear, but translucent, as if a sheet of frosted glass had fallen over everything. Lights dimmed, colors flattened. Even the diver's own hands blurred. Through the haze, shapes moved with impossible scale. These itias, holola. Some looked near, others distant, yet none cast shadow, none displaced current. They drifted past with the stillness of figures in glass. When the haze cleared, nothing remained but ordinary dark. Later analysis found the cameras recorded clean images, no distortion. Only those who entered saw the blur, and only they swore to the movements within it. A formation of ridges stretched across the seabed, too regular to be chance. Each ridge rose at equal height, curving into a crescent that enclosed nothing. The crescents repeated in sequence, smaller and smaller, until they formed a ring of diminishing arcs. Inside the innermost arc, the silt swirled with constant motion, though no current was present. The swirl tightened when divers approached, narrowing like water drawn down a drain. No object lay beneath, no vent, no crack. The motion simply circled itself endlessly. Instruments lowered into the swirl lost signal. When pulled back, the cables were dusted with fine white powder that dissolved on contact with air. It has not been identified. While following the mid-ocean ridge, a submersible crew noted patches of light shimmering across the basalt. At first they assumed bioluminescent life spread across rock, but the patches shifted in geometric shapes. Triangles, hexagons, tiling themselves across the surface. Each glowed for seconds before vanishing, replaced by another shape. The sequence lasted for half an hour, then faded completely. The rock beneath was bare, no trace of organic life, no residue, no reaction in instruments. Observers compared the display to a code written in light, a language across stone that revealed itself only briefly before erasing its own marks. We are discussing anomalies that seem to present themselves rather than hide, and this was one that looked as though it meant to be read. Deep currents swept across a basin where nothing should have survived, yet in their path hung suspended filaments, hundreds of meters long. The filaments glowed faint blue, moving not with the flow but against it. They curved and coiled slowly, brushing the current aside as if immune to its pull. Small fish were caught against the strands and remained there, pinned as though held by invisible hooks. When the current shifted, the filaments tilted in unison and drifted out of sight. Days later, when sensors were returned to the basin, the instruments logged faint charges in the water, static pulses spaced evenly apart. They resembled the signals of electrical grids, but they came from nothing seen, nothing touched. Divers once crossed a shelf where the seabed cracked in straight lines, each fissure running parallel. The cracks glowed faintly, not with fire, but with light seeping upward. The glow pulsed once every 10 seconds, illuminating the stone with pale rhythm. One diver placed a hand against the rock. The glow surged beneath his palm, tracing his outline before fading back into pattern. Startled, the team withdrew. The fissures dimmed behind them until the seafloor lay black again. In review, one analyst noted that the pulsing glow matched heart rhythms, not perfectly, but close. The log ended with a line that reads, "It was measuring us as much as we measured it." Now as we continue, remember that every record so far leaves silence behind. A fleet of autonomous gliders once crossed a valley floor and returned with data stripped clean. Navigation tracks showed they had traveled, but all logs between descent and ascent were blank, not corrupted, not erased, blank, as if nothing had existed to record. One glider carried a camera that registered only a white frame for 7 hours. When the machine surfaced, its casing was coated in a thin film like salt. The film dissolved instantly when touched, leaving nothing. Engineers could not explain the loss of memory, nor the uniformity of the blanks. To those who reviewed the mission, it seemed less like failure and more like omission, as though something beneath had chosen what could be remembered. In a remote trench, the water thickened around the submersible until it resembled syrup. Movement slowed, lights dimmed, and external arms struggled against drag. Visibility shrank to meters. Then, within the thickness, shadows began to pass. They were wide, gliding, unhurried. None displaced water, none reacted to lights, yet their forms loomed close enough that the crew swore they could feel them pass. When the thickness released, the craft surged upward. Review of the footage showed nothing but dark, but one audio channel recorded a low resonance that lasted 7 minutes, a sound like a bow drawn endlessly across strings. It grew fainter as the craft rose, until silence pressed back in. Across a coastal trench lay fields of pillars rising evenly from the seabed. Each was smooth, pale, and identical in height, spaced at intervals like columns of a ruined hall. The tops were flat, forming a grid of surfaces that disappeared into the dark beyond. Fish avoided them. Even currents bent around the formation, as though reluctant to touch. When scanned, the pillars returned no density readings, appearing hollow yet unbroken. As the team passed between them, their instruments dropped in frequency. Clicks of sonar slowed unnaturally, as if stretched by time. On return, the data corrected itself, but within the pillars, sound had elongated, drawn thin, refusing to end. The formation has not been charted again. We are still tracing fragments left in deep records, and this one comes from a shelf where sound itself faltered, Hydrophones detected a tone, faint but clear, repeating every 30 seconds. It grew steadily louder over hours, until it seemed close. Then it ceased all at once, replaced by silence so complete that the devices read zero. Not absence of noise, but absolute null. Even the hum of equipment cut out until the units were retrieved. During that period, the sea appeared unchanged. Waves passed, currents moved, but all evidence of vibration stopped. Some called it void resonance, others refused to name it. The ocean has many silences, but this was not silence. This was the removal of sound itself. Far south, divers encountered a hollow dome on the seafloor. Inside the dome, visibility sharpened unnaturally. Every particle of silt, every line of stone appeared with impossible clarity. Yet outside the dome, the sea remained ordinary. Instruments placed within registered no change in pressure or salinity, but those inside reported a sensation of being watched from the edges, though nothing appeared. When one diver raised his light, the beam bent sharply against the curve of the dome, refracting as if striking glass, though no boundary existed. On exit, the clarity vanished instantly. The divers described it not as light, not as vision, but as being inside the eye of something vast. A final record from this section describes a ridge that pulsed. At intervals, the entire length of stone brightened faintly, waves of pale shimmer moving across it, like breath under skin. Instruments traced no heat, no discharge, no seismic motion. The shimmer moved from one end of the ridge to the other, and back again, repeating in slow rhythm. Divers observing swore it mirrored their breathing, inhalation and exhalation, rising and falling with their lungs. When they tried to ignore it, the rhythm altered, speeding or slowing to match. The ridge dimmed only after they began ascent, fading until the ocean floor lay dark again. The log ended without theory, only a single line in hand. It knew we were there, and it kept time with us. The descent into this next region revealed not rock or sand, but a plain of depressions stretching farther than lights could reach. Each hollow was circular, identical in diameter, carved into silt with uncanny precision. They were too regular to be chance, arranged in neat lines like a grid pressed into the seabed. At first, they seemed abandoned nests, or marks left by some passing migration. But as the divers studied them, currents shifted unnaturally. Silt stirred in unison, rising from every hollow at once, clouding the water with a uniform haze. Inside the haze, shadows appeared, not large, not distinct, but moving within the clouds, as though the hollows had released them. Shapes slid across the divers' beams, sometimes close enough to suggest texture, ridges, translucent fins, glimmers like glass, but nothing held form long enough to record. Instruments tracked no movement, registering still water even as the team swore that dozens of things moved just beyond reach. When the haze settled, the hollows were gone. The seabed was smooth, featureless, as if the marks had never existed. Later, when reviewing logs, one analyst noticed that the depression's arrangement matched patterns of constellations, not stars seen above, but stars hidden, those that never rise over the horizon. The record ended with that detail, and the note that no one has returned to confirm. What the team saw was not structure or stone, but an impression of memory pressed into silt, only to vanish when acknowledged. Across another stretch of ocean floor, a sequence of ridges formed arcs that stretched for kilometers, each ridge precise in its curvature, bending toward an unseen center. The arcs were broken at intervals by small pits filled with sediment. Divers who approached described a strange resistance. Their bodies moved forward, but the sense of progress collapsed. Instruments showed they were advancing, yet visually the arcs remained distant, repeating endlessly like a mirage. One diver released a flare into the water. The flame sank slowly, glowed red, then extinguished. Its descent should have ended within seconds, but the light seemed suspended, dropping infinitesimally, caught in a loop. Cameras captured the flare's trail, until the recording corrupted with horizontal bands. as if time itself had stretched. The divers abandoned the approach. As they swam back, they looked over their shoulders and found the arcs had vanished. The plain behind them showed only rippling sand, undisturbed. Reviewers dismissed the event as disorientation caused by exhaustion, but the logs contained an entry written quietly in the margin. We were not lost, we were kept in place. The arcs have not appeared again, yet some claim the pattern matches echoes in sonar interference logged across other regions. A structure unseen, but mapped in distortion. Remember, what we are discussing here are not tales whispered in ports, but notes preserved in expedition archives. The next record concerns a canyon wall veined with lines of light. The veins glowed faint blue, branching like roots. They pulsed slowly, filling the canyon with rhythm, as though something alive coursed beneath stone. The light spread in patterns, clustering, fading, then brightening again. When divers reached out, the stone felt cold, solid, inert. But when touched, the veins nearest the hand brightened, flaring once before returning to rhythm. Instruments registered nothing unusual, no radiation, no temperature shift, no current. Yet the light clearly reacted, mapping itself along the path of human presence. As they withdrew, the veins shifted in pattern. Instead of random branching, they arranged into symmetrical shapes, circles, spirals, intersecting lines. The designs held for seconds, then unraveled into branching veins again. It was as though the wall had shown them symbols, only to erase them immediately. No footage recorded the shapes. Cameras showed only faint flickers of light, inconsistent, fragmentary. Only the divers swore to what they had seen. One wrote afterward that the veins resembled language, the way ink forms letters. He noted that the pulses continued long after they left, growing fainter until they disappeared entirely. The canyon wall remains unexplored since. The seabed ahead was not solid, but shifting, like fabric stretched across a frame. Divers watched ridges rise and fall, as if the ocean floor itself was breathing. Each swell lasted minutes, not seconds, the rhythm too slow for current. When instruments were lowered, they sank into the surface, as though it were liquid, yet withdrew dry. The ridges pulsed stronger when touched, bulging upward in arcs, before flattening again. The crew circled carefully, recording what they could, but the sensors betrayed nothing unusual. No heat, no change in pressure, no chemical trace. Only the sight of the ground, lifting and lowering, with impossible breath. Ascent came quickly. After one diver swore he felt the motion mirrored in his own chest, his lungs swelling in time with the seabed. The report closed abruptly. Later, one note was added by hand. The ocean did not breathe with us. We breathed with it. In another account, a chain of mounds stretched into the distance, like vertebrae of a buried spine. Each mound was evenly spaced, aligned along a fault line. From above they looked identical, but closer inspection revealed subtle differences. Ridges, indentations, grooves, as though each mound had been shaped individually. The divers marked them as geological oddities, until one of the mounds shifted. The movement was not collapse or slide, but a slow rotation, the groove twisting, as if the mound had turned its head. Immediately after, the rest of the chain quivered. Instruments logged no tremor, no quake, no disturbance of sediment. The ocean around remained calm. The divers retreated in silence, not speaking, until safely above. In later review, none agreed whether the mounds were alive, but all agreed the alignment was not random. Something had placed them there, something that moved when seen. Remember, we are following these fragments carefully, one after another, because each pushes the ocean farther from what we believe it to be. This record describes a plain of stone hexagons, tessellated like the floor of a temple. The pattern stretched for hundreds of meters, vanishing into dark. Each hexagon was large enough to hold a person standing upright. They were smooth to the touch, edges sharp, geometry precise. When divers crossed, the hexagons lit faintly beneath their feet, glowing lines outlining each shape before dimming again. The illumination followed them slowly, step by step, until they withdrew. Once above, they compared notes and realized their accounts differed. One swore the pattern had spiraled inward, another claimed it spread outward like ripples. A third said the floor had shifted while they walked, extending endlessly. The recordings captured only empty stone, still and silent. Along a deep ridge, a structure rose that did not resemble coral or rock. It stood like an arch, its curve almost perfect, stretching 10 meters high before bending downward again. The surface was smooth, not rough like stone, but sleek, with faint patterns rippling under the skin, as though something inside shifted slowly. Divas passed beneath and described the sensation of pressure in their ears, though their instruments showed no change. The arch hummed faintly, a vibration too low to register as sound, but carried through bone. Lights cast upward, reflected in strange ways, bending into rainbows that split and rejoined again, scattering across the ridge. When they circled back, the arch had changed position. It did not collapse, nor fall. It simply stood several meters away from where it had been, as though it had turned. Nothing in the logs explained how it had moved. The divas withdrew carefully, unwilling to pass beneath again. Reviewers questioned the account, suggested fatigue or distortion, but the cameras confirmed the relocation. The arch remained visible for the remainder of the dive, silent, unbroken, and then the record ended without closure. Across a barren basin, instruments detected spikes of static. The source led to a cluster of black spires rising from the floor, thin and sharp, standing upright like frozen lightning. They gave off no heat, no light, yet the water around them crackled faintly with electric charge. Small fish drifted close, then stiffened instantly, falling lifeless to the sand. Their bodies bore no wounds, no burns, only stillness, as if movement had been switched off. One diver extended a metal rod toward the nearest spire. The rod vibrated violently, shaking in his grip before snapping clean in half. No shock registered, no damage recorded, but the break was undeniable. The spires hummed faintly for several minutes afterward, a chorus of vibrations rising and fading in sequence. The sound grew louder inside the divers' helmets than in the water around them, as though it was carried directly into their skulls. They turned back before approaching further. When reviewed later, the audio contained a repeated pulse, hidden beneath the hum, steady, deliberate. It resembled counting. We are still walking through these records in order, and the next leads to a canyon filled with spheres suspended in water. They hovered at fixed intervals, perfectly aligned, each no larger than a human head. The spheres were translucent, but not empty. Inside, faint motes drifted in spirals, swirling slowly as if orbiting an unseen core. Divers approached cautiously. The nearest sphere quivered, and then the motes inside stilled all at once, arranged into a pattern like a spiral galaxy frozen in miniature. Touching the surface of one sphere triggered vibration across all of them at once. A wave of low resonance passed through the canyon, shaking sediment free from the walls. For seconds, the water felt alive with sound, pressing against every surface. Then it ceased. The spheres resumed their spiral movements, unchanged. No explanation was entered in the log, but one diver wrote privately afterward that he had seen his own reflection inside one sphere, and in the reflection his mouth was open, though he had never spoken. The others claimed they saw the same. On another plane, ridges of sediment formed repeating rings, stretching outward in perfect circles. The rings shifted when approached, sliding beneath the diver's feet, extending endlessly outward like ripples on water. No matter how far they swam, the circles remained beneath them, always centered, as if the plane itself bent to hold them at its heart. Instruments showed no movement, no terrain change, only static readings, yet the divers swore the landscape shifted continuously. When they attempted to mark their path, the circles reset, swallowing the markers into sand without trace. Each effort to break the symmetry ended in failure. Exhaustion forced retreat, and when they looked back one final time, the plane lay flat, no circles visible, no sign of change. On the surface, some doubted the account, but one analyst noted that the data stream contained repeating loops every 30 seconds, not recorded anywhere else. The suggestion was left unanswered. The rings did not exist to be crossed. They existed to hold whoever entered within their center. Near the base of a continental shelf, currents swirled into a gyre that spun without source. It was not tide-driven, not caused by wind above, but a slow circle that held steady for years. Into the gyre drifted organic fragments, kelp, fish, even carcasses, drawn into its spiral, yet nothing emerged from the other side. Instruments lowered into the gyre disappeared into turbulence, their signals breaking into static before vanishing. One expedition released a buoy, tethered by reinforced line. It was pulled downward slowly, circling tighter, until the tether itself began to fray. The buoy sank into dark. The line returned slack, cut clean. For weeks afterward, the ocean surface above remained unnaturally still. Fishermen who passed claimed they heard low moans rising from below, sounds like breath forced through narrow pipes, spaced in steady rhythm. Some said the gyre was not current at all, but an opening, a mouth shaped into the sea itself. The area remains unmarked, a blank patch on charts. Across one abyssal slope, a formation appeared like ribs of a massive frame. Curved arches jutted upward, evenly spaced, bending over the trench as though enclosing a hollow corridor. Divers who passed beneath reported a ringing in their ears, sharp and constant. Even as instruments registered no sound, lights flickered against the arches, throwing back distorted reflections that showed outlines of figures that were not present in the water itself. At times the divers swore they saw themselves walking upright inside the reflections, moving on dry ground beneath the arches, as though the structure belonged to another realm entirely. The arches remained silent, motionless, and yet every member of the team described the same impression, that the structure was not ruin, but skeleton. The arches were too organic, too curved, too deliberate. When the expedition turned back, the ringing stopped. Logs entered later, included a margin note no one wanted to claim. Something walked here once, and the sea swallowed it whole. Near the edge of a deep cut in the seabed, a cloud formed that was not silt, not current, but something finer. It shimmered faintly, like dust caught in light. But this was far below where dust should fall. The cloud pulsed outward, wrapping itself around the diver's beams. Inside, the particles swirled in spirals, coiling and uncoiling like handwriting that erased itself before completion. Fish that strayed near the edge froze mid-motion, suspended as though caught in amber. When pulled free by current, they swam again, unchanged. Divers who entered the edge of the cloud claimed their thoughts slowed, voices delayed by seconds in communication, as if the particles dampened not sound, but time itself. The cloud finally dispersed without reason, scattering into nothing. No sample remained. Review of the footage showed none of the spirals, none of the suspended fish, only the faintest shimmer in the dark. The record ends without explanation, a mystery carried by memory alone. An undersea ridge split into a cavern whose interior glowed faintly with lightless radiance. The glow was not from creatures or chemical reaction. It radiated uniformly, coating stone with a pale sheen like frost. When divers swam inside, their shadows did not follow. Lights cast no silhouettes, as though bodies no longer interrupted the glow. Instead, other shadows appeared, moving along the walls, figures shaped vaguely human, tall and elongated. They moved without pattern, drifting along stone as though searching. The divers retreated quickly, but the shadows continued to move long after. Later playback of the footage showed the same glow, the same cave, but no shadows at all. Analysts dismissed it as fatigue. The divers themselves disagreed. They spoke little, but one later wrote a private note. They were not our shadows. They were waiting for us to step deeper, so they could claim their form. The cavern is unmarked on charts. The final entry of this section concerns a trench, where the water trembled visibly. The surface of the deep shimmered like heat above desert, distorting the view of the rocks below. The trembles spread in waves, rippling outward as though sound itself had gained body. Inside the distortion, outlines appeared, columns, shapes, perhaps even figures, each wavering, as if glimpsed through broken glass. Every few minutes the tremble ceased, the water stilled, and the seabed looked ordinary again. Then it resumed, stronger than before. Instruments revealed nothing unusual. Steady pressure, stable temperature, no seismic motion. Yet the tremor persisted, visible to the eye, and undeniable. Divers swore that during each tremble, they heard whispers inside their helmets, faint words they could not decipher, cut short when the distortion stopped. One wrote in his log afterward, "The sea was not moving, it was speaking, we only saw its voice." The plain stretched in every direction, a carpet of dark stone broken only by scars where currents had once cut shallow grooves. At first the descent seemed uneventful. The sea was calm, the visibility clear, the lights cast across the plateau without obstruction. It was only after the team had settled into routine measurements that one diver noticed the rise. A ridge beneath them swelled slowly, then fell again. It was not collapse. It was not quake. It was movement, slow as breath drawn through stone. The seabed shifted again. A swell passed under their fins, lifting them subtly before falling back. Each pulse took minutes to complete, too measured to be coincidence, too regular to be dismissed. When one diver placed a marker on the stone, it sank into a fissure that had not been visible. The fissure closed immediately, leaving no trace. Another attempted to drive a probe into the surface. The probe resisted, not with hardness, but with pressure that felt alive, as if something beneath had pressed back against the intrusion. For nearly an hour, the divers traced the plateau. Every few minutes, the swell would return, steady, deliberate, rolling across kilometers. Their bodies adjusted unconsciously. Breathing regulators hissed in synchrony with the rise and fall of the ground, as though lungs had been compelled into rhythm with something vast and hidden below. Several divers later admitted they had not realized they were breathing differently until ascent. Instruments gave no answers. Pressure remained steady, no tremors logged, no seismic activity detected. The ocean above lay still, undisturbed. Yet the seabed continued to move. A cable was lowered into one of the fissures. Its length measured 50 meters. When reeled back, the cable returned slick with residue, faintly iridescent, dissolving on contact with air. Samples taken to the lab degraded within hours, leaving nothing to analyze. At one point, the plateau rose more sharply than before. For 20 minutes the seabed arched upward, the swell higher, broader, like the filling of a chest. The divers were forced to rise with it, buoyancy pulled upward by a surge that was not current. Inside helmets, several described pressure in their ears, the sensation of standing too close to a drum being struck in slow rhythm. The sound was not recorded. Hydrophones captured only silence, though the divers swore to the pulse that pressed through their bones. When the swell subsided, it left the seabed flatter than before, as though emptied. The divers felt the pull of fatigue, lungs heavy, movements sluggish. They decided to retreat, yet, as they ascended, one last motion rippled across the plain. It followed them upward, slower than before, a long exhale, fading into stillness. The dive logs included only basic notes: seabed undulating, no seismic reading, possible current illusion. But at the edge of the records, written in ink instead of type, one diver left a single line. "The ocean did not breathe beside us, we breathed with it." That was all. No one has dived at those coordinates since. The plateau remains blank on survey charts, unremarkable, featureless. But among those who review the archives, the description lingers. The seabed did not mimic lungs. It drew the divers into its own rhythm. For 2 hours, their bodies answered a pulse that science refused to register, as though life below had borrowed them to prove it existed. The next record in this section concerns a floor of hexagons that stretched farther than lights could measure. It appeared suddenly, the sea floor giving way to perfect geometry, as if the ocean had decided to abandon randomness and wear a pattern instead. Each hexagon was broad, wide enough for a person to stand within, their edges sharp and unbroken, They tessellated seamlessly, the design continuing outward like tiles pressed into place by a hand too vast to imagine. Divers descended cautiously, their beams sliding across the interlocking shapes. The first to touch down felt vibration under his boots, a faint hum that rose up through his body, traveling bone to bone. Another diver joined, and the hum shifted, rising in pitch. Then, without warning, a glow traced the outline of the hexagon beneath their feet. Lines of pale light sketched themselves across the pattern, not in chaos, but in slow sequence. Each hexagon lit up in turn, spreading outward like ripples. The divers reported that the light followed them. With every step, the hexagon beneath would glow, fade, then hand its illumination forward, as though guiding them somewhere deeper. Cameras recorded only empty stone. The footage showed no glow, no ripple of light, no shifting of brightness at all. Above, the crew demanded clarification. Below, the divers insisted the floor was alive with motion. As they pressed farther, their experiences began to diverge. One swore the hexagons spiraled inward, always drawing them toward a single vanishing point. Another claimed the pattern was expanding outward endlessly, leading them nowhere. A third insisted the shapes shifted while he watched, never repeating the same formation twice. All three were certain of what they had seen, yet none agreed with the others. Their argument continued until fatigue forced them to retreat. On the ascent, the lights vanished. The floor returned to ordinary stone, unmoving, lifeless. The recordings captured nothing beyond the sound of their breathing. Yet every diver swore to the patterns, to the glow, to the rhythm that seemed to lead them deeper. One left a note afterward. It was not floor, it was path. Back at the surface, analysts debated illusion, exhaustion, even shared hallucination, brought on by stress. But the divergence in detail unsettled them. If it had been hallucination, why had each diver seen something different? If it had been illusion, why had they all insisted on the same glow, but described opposite directions? In the end, the record was archived as anomaly. The coordinates were left unmarked. But in quiet discussion afterward, one suggestion arose. The hexagons had not misled the divers. They had responded to each one individually, showing a path unique to the observer, a spiral to one, an expansion to another, endless shifting to the third. The seabed had not been floor, it had been mirror, reflecting not the divers' lights, but the ways they sought direction, and whatever intelligence lay beneath had drawn them along paths of its own choosing, until time ran out, and the lights dimmed back into stone. The ocean covers its secrets with sand, silt, and depth, but sometimes it chooses geometry, precision, order, and in that order is something that recognizes, not the eye, but the mind looking. The third record from this region begins with a description of pillars rising in orderly rows from the seabed. They were pale, smooth, and identical in size, as though copied from one mold and set down in deliberate spacing. Divers counted dozens, maybe hundreds, before the formation disappeared into dark. Fish veered sharply away from the pillars, and currents bent without touching them, streaming in unnatural arcs. The effect was not visual alone. Inside the rows, sound warped. Pings from sonar stretched into slow, drawn-out notes. Words spoken through comms lagged, syllables pulled like melted wax. Even breathing echoed, as if caught inside glass. The distortion ceased the instant the team exited the formation. Logs written afterward tried to categorize it: resonance, interference, unknown mineral content. But none of these fit what the divers experienced. They were certain that within the pillars, time itself stretched. Their seconds refused to match the clocks above. One diver wrote later that he had raised his hand in front of his face and seen the motion lengthen unnaturally. His own body slowed against his will. Cameras showed nothing. The footage was smooth, ordinary, unbroken. Only the divers insisted that something vast pressed against the measure of their time. Hours of review revealed nothing conclusive. Data streams remained normal, but a fragment of audio revealed a faint second track. Beneath the slowed sonar, another pulse had crept in, almost too soft to notice. It repeated steadily, unwavering, buried beneath the echoes. Analysts compared it to the sound of a heart. Weeks later, another survey passed the same coordinates. No pillars appeared. The seabed lay flat, unbroken. Some said the formation had collapsed. Others said it had moved. Whatever it was, the structure was never mapped again. The logbook ended with the unsettling line. It was not stone, it was waiting. The last record tied to this sector describes a ridge that glowed faintly, not in bursts of flame or bioluminescent scatter, but in long pulses that travelled its entire length. The ridge was vast, running like a spine across the plateau. At intervals, waves of pale shimmer rippled along its surface, swelling from one end to the other, before folding back again. The divers observed in silence, uncertain whether the light was trick of equipment or a signal woven into stone itself. Minutes passed before they realized the shimmer matched their own rhythm. One diver inhaled, and the glow brightened. Another exhaled, and it dimmed. They tested the pattern again, each diver breathing deliberately, and the ridge responded, pulsing in time with their lungs. The effect persisted, even when they staggered their breathing. The ridge aligned itself to each diver individually, shifting between them with perfect precision, as if it could hear each body separately. The crew grew unsettled. Breathing became an effort. Every inhalation, a choice tested against the glow. To ignore the pattern felt impossible. The ridge demanded synchronization. They ascended cautiously, but even as they rose, the pulses followed them upward, dimming only when they moved beyond sight. In their helmets, the divers admitted to a strange fatigue, as though their lungs had labored, not for themselves, but for the seabed below. Back at the surface, logs were sparse. Glowing ridge, light matched breathing, possible phosphorescence. Analysts dismissed it as stress-induced hallucination. Yet the divers refused to dive again. One left a single margin note, written carefully in pencil. It kept time with us. We were not watching it. It was watching our breath. Later review of the sonar revealed faint interference aligned with the divers' respiratory rates. The data showed no light, no glow, only rhythm. But within that rhythm was something deliberate, patient, waiting. No one has returned to those coordinates. The plateau remains unmarked. To some it was an anomaly, the sea mimicking physiology by chance. To those who breathed in synchrony with it, the experience was more than coincidence. For 2 hours the ocean seemed alive, and when they surfaced, the feeling did not leave them. The section ends here, but the pattern echoes. What we have just discussed are not creatures glimpsed for seconds, not fleeting shadows, but phenomena that demanded endurance. Seafloors that breathed, floors that lit beneath the step, pillars that stretched time itself, a ridge that answered breath with pulse, each one measured, recorded, denied by data yet etched into memory. Together they form not evidence, but testimony that the sea does not simply hide life within it, but sometimes becomes life itself. At greater depth the records grow stranger, the tone of logs shifting from clipped technical notes to long fragments written in unease. The first account tied to this section describes a canyon where the walls gleamed faintly. The stone was not reflective. Instead, the glow came from within, veins of light branching like roots along the rock. They pulsed slowly, each vein swelling with pale color before fading. Divers swam between the walls, measuring, filming, trying to find explanation. The recording showed nothing unusual, ordinary stone, blank walls, but those who were present described the light in detail, repeating the same rhythm, the same branching shapes, too uniform to be imagined separately. The canyon narrowed, the veins brightened when hands reached near, flaring outward in sharp bursts before retreating. No change registered on instruments. Temperature held steady, radiation at 0, pressure constant. Yet the divers swore the light responded to them directly. At one point the veins gathered into circular shapes, rings within rings, perfectly symmetrical. They held for seconds, then unraveled into branching patterns again. The divers swore the shapes resembled symbols, though none could agree on which ones. One wrote afterward that he had felt the walls trying to write, using light the way ink fills letters. Another said he had seen the shapes mirror the constellations of stars long buried by the surface sky. The official report called the incident inconclusive. The canyon remains marked but unexplored since. Those who passed between the walls recall not brightness, but the sense of being read. The second account tied to this section centers on a trench where the seabed itself seemed to fold inward, creating a channel that defied mapping. From above, instruments registered only ordinary terrain, but as divers descended, they saw the walls pull back, as though inviting entry. The trench was narrow at first, then widened into a cavern that no charts had ever marked. Its floor was smooth, scoured of sediment, the stone glistening as if newly polished. Inside, the water grew heavy, every movement slowed, arms dragging against invisible resistance. Regulators hissed sluggishly, and breath felt thicker, as though lungs were laboring in denser air. Lights revealed something stranger. Carvings, deep grooves etched into the stone. They spiraled upward, curling around the cavern walls, vanishing into the dark above. The patterns repeated in sequence, no two spirals alike, each one twisting toward a different unseen point. The divers tried to capture the carvings on film. The footage returned blank stone. No spirals, no grooves, no evidence of what they swore stood clear before them. The deeper they went, the stronger the heaviness became. One diver compared it to wading through liquid glass. Another described the sensation of being pressed on all sides, not by water, but by attention. At the far end of the cavern, the grooves converged at a single point, a hollow in the wall that shimmered faintly. It looked like a pool of darkness deeper than the trench itself. The divers drew near, but stopped short. The shimmer pulsed once, like the beat of a heart. Instruments remained blank. Nothing registered. Still, every diver felt the pulse in their ribs, sharp enough that one swore his chest had answered in kind. They retreated carefully, the weight in the water resisting every kick. When they emerged into open sea, the resistance vanished instantly. Clocks on their wrists showed nearly 2 hours had passed, but surface control had logged only 40 minutes. Time inside the cavern had not matched time outside. In the official log, the site was marked unstable. Privately, one diver wrote, "It was not rock. It was a mouth that chose not to close." The third account in this section speaks of a valley floor where the sea itself seemed to bend perception. The descent began without anomaly. The water was clear, instruments stable, and the crew expected only ordinary stone. Yet as they reached the valley, a distortion settled around them, shapes warped. Distance collapsed. The walls on either side appeared to stretch endlessly, yet when they swam forward, the distance between them narrowed suddenly. Lights flickered against rock, and reflections bent like mirrors that did not agree with reality. The distortion was not random, it pulsed. Every few minutes the walls shifted outward, then folded inward again. The divers described it as breathing space, the valley inhaling and exhaling. Each contraction squeezed them tighter, pressing sound into silence, muffling their own voices in the comms. Regulators hissed faintly, but breath felt distant, delayed, as though lungs filled seconds too late. When one diver placed a marker against the wall, it sank instantly, disappearing into stone that appeared solid. Another pressed a hand against the surface, and swore it rippled beneath his palm like skin stretched thin. Cameras recorded none of this. To the instruments, the wall remained ordinary rock, unbroken. Deeper into the valley, they found a pool of still water unlike the rest. Its surface was flat as glass, yet the reflections did not match what hovered above. Instead of divers, instead of lights, the pool showed the walls pulling farther apart, an open corridor vanishing into dark distance. One diver leaned closer, and the reflection leaned closer back. Only then did they realize it was not delayed. It was ahead. The pool remained undisturbed even when touched. Probes passed through with ease, sinking into liquid that recorded no resistance. Yet when withdrawn, the probes returned warm, coated in faint residue that dissolved within seconds. In the log, the divers reported nausea and vertigo, forced to retreat before losing orientation. At the surface, Their watches showed conflicting times. One had gained 15 minutes, another had lost 20. The third claimed his watch stopped entirely until ascent. No explanation resolved the discrepancy. Analysts dismissed it as error. The divers did not agree. They wrote quietly that the valley was not geography, not current, but an event, a place where perception broke down, and the sea bent itself into mirrors. One diver left a single line at the end of his private notes. We were not looking at reflections, we were looking at replacements. The fourth and final account from this section concerns a shelf where the ocean floor trembled without sound. Divers reported the sensation first in their bones, a faint vibration running through their suits, before they noticed it in the water itself. The plane looked ordinary, flat stone, scattered debris, faint silt, yet the trembling persisted. Lights revealed subtle waves rippling across the surface, like the shimmer of heat on desert rock, distorting every line of vision. As the shimmer intensified, outlines appeared inside it. At first the divers thought they were tricks of perspective, columns, figures, structures wavering, as though glimpsed through broken glass. But the longer they remained, the more the shapes sharpened. The outlines moved in rhythm, with the tremble, never clearer than suggestion, yet never absent. Some resembled arches, others spires, others silhouettes too tall, too thin, walking across the distortion, without displacing the water. The divers circled, seeking angle or explanation, but the shapes stayed always at the edge, revealed only in the shimmer. Every few minutes, the trembling ceased, the water fell still, the outlines vanished. The seabed returned to flat calm, then the distortion began again, heavier than before, as though something vast had pressed against the world. Inside helmets, several divers swore they heard faint murmurs, whispers not in any language, but with the cadence of words, rising and falling with the tremor. Instruments recorded nothing. Audio returned only silence. But each diver reported the same impression, that they had not been listening to ocean at all, but to a voice too large to understand. They ascended quickly, shaken by the weight of silence when the tremble ceased. Back at the surface, their logs were brief, clipped, factual, distortion across plane, illusory structures, unverified. But one diver, in private notes, wrote more. It was not the sea moving, it was speech. The water showed us its voice. The shelf remains unmarked. No further dives have been attempted. But those who have read the record say that, more than any other, this account carries the trace of encounter. Not a creature, not a ruin, not a phenomenon, but something speaking, not in sound, in presence, in the trembling of the ocean itself. In this section, the records focus on a basin where darkness seemed to possess its own density. Not merely the absence of light, but something that resisted intrusion. The dive began with routine descent. Currents were steady, pressure readings normal, and visibility no different from any other depth. But the deeper they went, the more the water ahead swallowed beams of light. Instead of scattering outward, the lamps dimmed, as if absorbed, consumed by an invisible fabric. The divers pressed forward, until they reached a threshold where even the strongest beams cut only a meter before vanishing into absolute black. Beyond that point, the water thickened, movement slowed. Every push of a fin felt like dragging through oil. Regulators hissed louder, and each breath seemed to echo inside the helmet, before it faded into the weight pressing outside. At the edge of this black wall, they noticed faint glimmers, not points like bioluminescent fish, but planes, thin sheets of silver light, flashing in brief arcs, vanishing as quickly as they appeared. The glimmers resembled reflections on glass, but there was no glass, only the void swallowing their vision. When one diver extended a hand into the dark, his glove vanished from sight, instantly. He pulled back quickly. The glove returned intact, but frost formed across its surface, ice blooming where no cold should exist at that depth. Instruments registered no temperature drop. The phenomenon resisted measurement. For 30 minutes they remained at the threshold, documenting. The black barrier did not advance, did not recede, but pulsed faintly, as if it were alive. Each pulse bent the divers' lamps backward, pushing the beams toward themselves instead of the water ahead. Several compared the sensation to standing before a vast eye, the darkness dilating and contracting, not as absence, but as focus. The longer they stared, the more convinced they became that the basin was not empty. It was filled, densely, with something that swallowed every signal, every reflection, leaving only the outline of its hunger. When they attempted to ascend, the blackness pulsed sharply, and for seconds the divers' radios failed. All sound dropped, leaving only the roar of blood in their ears. Then the signal returned. They rose without incident, but the footage above showed only ordinary descent. No darkness beyond expectation, no barrier, no flickering planes of light. The divers insisted otherwise. One wrote in the margins of his log, "The blackness was not water, it was presence. It knew we had reached it, and it refused to let us through. The basin has been marked, but never re-entered." For those who study the record, the most disturbing element is not the black wall itself, but the absence of any error. Instruments recorded normal ranges. The cameras betrayed nothing, only the human accounts preserved the anomaly. It was not a malfunction. It was the difference between what machines could see and what the divers could not unsee. The second record linked to this section is more unsettling, because it blurs the line between natural formation and deliberate construction. A team descending along a fracture zone reported that the seafloor beneath them was lined with ridges, unlike any others they had catalogued. At first glance, the ridges resembled dunes, long arcs of sediment pushed up by current. But closer approach revealed the arcs to be formed from stone, each one sharp, clean, and repeating at perfect intervals. They stretched outward in parallel lines, converging toward a single vanishing point beyond the range of the lights. When the divers swam forward, the illusion of distance collapsed. The ridges seemed closer, then farther, then impossibly distant, as if space itself refused to remain constant. Instruments showed they were progressing normally, yet their eyes betrayed them. One diver swore he had swum for minutes only to find himself above the same ridge he had left behind. Another insisted the ridges multiplied, splitting apart into dozens, forming corridors that did not exist in the maps. At the center of the formation, the lines turned sharply, forming a circle nearly 100 meters wide. Within that circle, the seabed was smooth, unbroken. Divers who entered described a heaviness, a vibration pressing into their chest. Their breathing staggered. Regulators hissed louder than before, but the effort of inhaling grew more difficult, as though the circle itself weighed on their lungs. One diver retreated early, unnerved by the sense that he was being watched from beneath the stone. The others pressed on, and for several minutes they observed a flicker across the circle's floor. At first it resembled reflection from their lamps, but the flicker soon pulsed in rhythm, flashing in lines and spirals that expanded outward. They resembled symbols, faint and unfinished, appearing only to fade again. The divers attempted to record it, but the footage showed nothing, just empty seafloor. Frustration turned to silence as the flickers intensified. Each pulse coincided with a drop in oxygen readings, though tanks still carried supply. The divers felt themselves short of air, lungs dragging in resistance. Panic forced retreat. As they swam upward, the circle grew dim. The flickers ceased, and the ridges once more appeared like ordinary dunes of stone. At the surface, analysis dismissed the event as exhaustion, disorientation, perhaps hallucination induced by carbon dioxide buildup. But the divers refused to return. Each swore to the heaviness pressing into their lungs. Each insisted that the flickering lines had not been illusion. One wrote later, separate from the official log, "It was not ridges. It was a chamber waiting for us to breathe in its pattern." The coordinates remain in the archive. No expedition has attempted to confirm them. The place is remembered not for what was seen, but for the suffocation felt by those who entered. The third record attached to this section describes a gorge, where the sea itself seemed to fracture into layers. The descent was smooth until they reached a depth where the water appeared doubled. Above them, darkness remained ordinary, but below, a second darkness shimmered as though two oceans had been stacked together. When the divers crossed that line, the world shifted. Every sound dulled, their voices in the comms flattened into tones, vowels drawn out, consonants swallowed. The clicks of sonar slowed, spacing themselves at irregular intervals, as though they were no longer their own echoes, but answers delayed by something that wished to mimic them. The gorge walls bore striations that pulsed faintly with reflected light. These were not veins, not organisms, only grooves carved in stone. Yet the grooves shifted as the divers swam, lines altering angle, curving inward to form spirals that had not existed seconds before. No camera confirmed it. To recordings, the walls remained static, unchanged. But the divers agreed. The walls were moving, not eroding, not crumbling, rearranging deliberately. Deeper into the gorge, the water pressed harder. Breathing grew labored, though gauges still showed ample oxygen. One diver swore that when he exhaled, he saw the bubbles pause midway, hanging for seconds before rising again. Another insisted the gorge narrowed while they swam, the walls closing together, squeezing them tighter. The third felt no narrowing at all, but believed the gorge widened infinitely, the walls pulling apart like curtains. Each diver experienced something different, yet all three were certain of the shifting. At the gorge floor they found an opening. It was not fissure nor cave, but a perfect circle carved into stone, large enough to admit a body. From its depth came no current, no darkness, but stillness. They lingered at the edge, reluctant. Then the circle pulsed once. A low vibration felt through their bones, not heard by their ears. The pulse repeated, slower, heavier, dragging seconds longer each time, until their own heartbeats seemed to stagger in response. They retreated, fighting the heaviness of the water, pulling themselves upward with effort. Once above the layered line, the world returned to normal. Voices regained clarity. Sonar clicks sharpened, gauges never wavered. But none of them forgot the circle. The official record described layered currents and possible magnetic interference. But in the private notes, one diver wrote, "It was not a gorge, it was a throat. We had reached the pause between its breaths." The last account tied to this section describes a wide depression where nothing should have stood, yet a single tower rose from the silt. It was not coral, nor basalt, nor any known mineral structure. The tower was smooth, black, and seamless, narrowing as it climbed, until its peak vanished into the murk above the divers' lights. They circled it carefully, measuring, searching for fracture lines or growth patterns. There were none. The surface reflected faintly, but the reflections shifted unnaturally. At times the divers saw themselves clearly, lights gleaming off their helmets. At other moments, their reflections twisted, longer, thinner, their movements a beat behind their own, as though the tower showed not their present, but some other version of them. One diver placed his hand against the surface. It was not cold nor warm, but alive with vibration. The hum traveled into his body, matching the rhythm of his pulse. Another diver touched the tower, and the vibration spread, synchronizing with her heartbeat instead. Both withdrew quickly, unsettled. Yet the hum lingered for minutes afterward, even when they no longer made contact. At the base of the tower, markings appeared faintly, not carved, but glowing beneath the surface. They arranged themselves into vertical lines, then arcs, then shapes too complex to hold in memory. The divers described them as symbols that refused to stay still, changing each time they blinked. None of the patterns appeared on camera. The footage showed only blank stone. Minutes later, the tower itself shifted. Not a collapse, not a tilt, but a rotation, as though the entire column had turned slowly on an axis, buried deep beneath the seabed. The water shook faintly with the movement, currents bending outward like ripples cast by a drum. Every instrument spiked briefly, then returned to normal. The divers froze in silence, unwilling to approach again. When they retreated, the tower remained upright, silent, immovable once more. At the surface, the logs were restrained, unusual formation, no samples taken, but each diver confessed privately to the same fear, that the tower had not been stone at all. It had been machine, or perhaps something older than machine, a presence wearing the form of stone, waiting in stillness until touched. The notes ended with one final line: "It did not let us measure it, it measured us." This closes the 6th section of our journey. We have discussed black water that swallowed light, ridges that pressed against lungs, a gorge that pulsed like the throat of something immense, and a tower that reflected not what you are, but what you might become. Each account stretches longer than a momentary glimpse. Each lingers as if the ocean itself paused to test those who entered. Whether living or not, these phenomena carried intention, and at such depths, intention is far more unsettling than any creature. They started down with routine checks and customary jokes, a small ritual to steady nerves when light will be swallowed into black. At first the slope betrayed nothing unusual. A slow gradient of basalt, sediment patches, the casual scatter of life that bends to current and time. Thermistors hummed green across the table. Oxygen and CO5s remained textbook safe. Comms held with crispness. Then the zone swallowed sound, as if it were a hand closing over a bell. Voices that had been normal thinned. Not an attenuation that instruments recorded. No drop in address volume. No interference on the uplink, but a thinning inside helmets. A perception shift where words arrived like ghosts squeezed through long tubes. One diver shouted, and his syllables came back as breathy, under notes on the other's feeds. Another's laugh arrived late, the tail of the sound arriving 3 seconds after the mouth had closed. For a time the men and women in the water could still talk. The ship above could still hear them. The divergence between human perception and telemetry was the first hint. Something in that band of water rearranged how living ears perceived the world. Then came the absence. Conversation ended midline for no signal fault. Gauges kept their green. The lamps did not flicker. Yet inside each helmet the world went mute. Not reduced sound, not a fainting, but a strange zero. Breathing amplified into presence while everything else fell into a perfect clinical vacuum. Tapping a tank produced no echo, no reverberation, no scattering, as if the medium had become acoustically opaque. Fingers clapped and the clap dissolved. One diver, trained in calm, said later, he felt hollowed out. It's like standing in a room with the carpets and walls gone, with only my chest and lungs left to make the universe. Panic arrived sharpest when the sense of self vanished. People are animals who anchor themselves through sound. Remove it and orientation collapses. They pressed on because crews are wired to push, but the slope kept inventing ways to remove certainties. The seabed offered hollows, wide, circular dents etched into rock with an odd smooth deliberation. At their edges a faint shimmer caught lamp halos. Not light but a thin quivering surface that refused capture on film. Approaching a hollow was like stepping toward the throat of a sleeping thing. The silence deepened with proximity, until the divers felt not so much a lack as an invitation. Lean over a rim and the hush folded itself into you. The beat of your heart fell away, not because it stopped, but because it was no longer allowed to be heard. Someone panicked. The diver nearest an aperture described the sensation like a hand on the back of the skull. Everything went blank the second I leaned, he wrote. He clawed for the ascent line with fingers slick in the sudden cold sweat of fear. Seconds later, sound flooded back as though released from a valve. Bubbles erupted, regs hissed, a chorus of alarms that felt too loud after the black quiet. On the deck the team could see the rush on audio meters, a drop to silence, and then a violent rebound. The physics registered as a transient, the logbook recorded it, and still the human sense of what had occurred refused to be exhausted by numbers. They tried to rationalize it. Acoustic engineers proposed nodal pockets that absorb frequencies. Geophysicists suggested microcavities in the substrata that trap sound. Neuro teams hinted at sensory modulation under pressure. Those theories solved paperwork, but did not solve feeling. When a subject later sat silent in a debrief and whispered, "The sea took our sound so it could listen," the sentence was less poetry than report. The notion that some agency might silence the world in order to takively attend, like a predator that prefers to hunt in stillness, or a mind that hears best without distraction, moved notes from theory into the realm of ethical unease. What were we disturbing? What had the divers put inside the hush? And what had it learned from listening? They left other traces too. Microabrasions on helmet seals from the racing panic, recorded heart rates that spiked in concert with the acoustic blackout, and a field note scribed in pencil, "Do not provoke the hollows." The slope's hollows were mapped, ringed on their private chart, and marked with a word that would not translate cleanly into public reports. The trench took the divers' sounds and returned silence. In return, it taught them how fragile the map between instrument and human really was. Above, the ship hummed in ordinary frequency. Below, the slope continued to practice its attentions. They attempted follow-up with protocols refined by the first run: quieter approach, hand signals only, redundant audio channels, recorded tactile notes. The team wanted to know whether the silence was repeatable or a one-off aberration. They lowered again at dawn, an hour when light above sings weak and the world is less noisy. Descent felt longer. The slope's face read differently in memory than in the new lights. Small ripples that had not been obvious now traced across basalt like fingerprints, left by a giant tide. The hollows sat the same as the day before, arranged in their wide, regular rings. No obvious pattern marked them, no shells, no deposits, no rust-colored stains. This time they carried instruments specifically attuned to micro-anechoic pockets, distributed hydrophone arrays with directional bias, piezo, pickups pressed gently to helmet rims, and a set of passive listening beads cast into the water to be recovered later. They advanced in near silence, and lowered one of the beads into a hollow's throat. The bead relayed perfectly normal ambient noise for a short span, and then fell mute. Telemetry logged the collapse of signal into a floor of near zero. The bead read as dead, but was found afterward physically intact. No damage, no battery drain beyond normal. It was as if the hollow had created a domain in which conventional transduction failed without destroying the transducer. Participants reported, this time with professional restraint, that the hush had texture. It was not flat. When it arrived, it brought with it a slow rhythmic press, a rolling as if the slope itself inhaled. Some divers said they could feel the silence sliding along the surface of their gloves and suits, a tangibility worse than simple absence. One senior technician, decades at sea, said he recognized the phenomenon's signature, the way a sailor recognizes a certain wind. "It's deliberate," he said. "The place is not broken, it attends." The team performed an experiment, a slow metered cadence of knocks along the rim, a beat drawn long so their own bodies would not panic. The pattern was small, simple: 1-2, pause, 1-2, pause. For several repetitions nothing happened. Then miles below, something matched it, not in exact timing, but in rhythm. A hollow answered by a pulse that was the same ratio, longer in the decay, as if convolving their knocks into a response. The call and answer was faint but undeniable. They transmitted the event in real time. On the ship, the record looked like just another waveform. The divers saw it for what it meant. The slope could listen, and sometimes choose to reply. But replies were not always kind. A later test, more deliberate, more intrusive, pushed the hollow with a blast of tonal sweep played through a speaker. The response was immediate. A collapse of all local audio identity into a single wrenching silence that felt like pressure applied to the skull. The diver nearest the speaker felt his consciousness narrow. He later described an impression of being placed under a microscope. Nausea, vertigo, and brief disorientation followed. Physiological signs that would have been trivial elsewhere, but were unnervingly specific, given the context. The team called off further testing. The slope had tactics, and the humans had limits. In the weeks after, when logs were sifted and chapters written, the debate sharpened. Are these hollows an emergent physical phenomenon, nodal cavities, shaped by geologic processes, that through incidental physics, create acoustic dead zones? Or are they engineered by an organism or system too slow and ancient for our categories? The more philosophical question, whether something down there chooses to learn from what we bring, was harder to write into formal reports. It shows up in the margins, repeatedly. In that line the divers kept returning. To the sea took our sound so it could listen. When the slope's coordinates were archived, administrators boxed the data for restricted review. The area got a soft red flag, revisit only with purpose and restraint. The divers who'd been there signed their names and then refused to volunteer. And in quiet late conversations among the team, one theme kept returning: we do not always want to be heard. Some things in the deep prefer to be the listener, and what they learn when we are noisy may not always be the story we expect. They dropped into the basin, expecting a play of halogen and grain. Instead, the water reworked how light behaved. For an instant the lamps looked ordinary, cones of white cutting through dark. Then the glow unhooked itself from the fixtures, peeling away and gathering into drifting sheets that moved like shoals. The first time one of those sheets passed the submersible, a hush came over the comms that had nothing to do with technical dropout. The lamp cones dimmed slightly, as if their photons had been siphoned off and reassembled somewhere ahead of them. At close range, the sheets were almost tactile. They pooled on the sand, thin planes of luminance that hovered a meter above the seabed and undulated as though alive. When a diver held a hand in one, nothing burned or warmed. Instead, the hand's silhouette showed irregularities, rippling edges, a faint tracer of motion that didn't belong to the arm. The team tried to film them. On playback, the sheets resolved into ordinary plankton shots and scattered backscatter. In the helmets, however, the divers described phenomena that the cameras simply would not take: patches of light that remembered their gestures, filaments of glow that clung to a fin stroke like transient graffiti. Minutes into the dive, the drifting sheets sorted themselves. They clustered into spirals that rotated slowly across the seafloor, the motion somehow independent of any current the instruments could detect. The spirals moved in patterns that suggested choreography rather than physics. They avoided obstacles, threaded through gullies, and then opened to swallow a rusted crate as a single committed mouth. Afterward, a faint halo persisted where the spiral had closed, a scar of light without sediment disturbance. The patterning suggested selection, a decision in place of a random aggregation. The riskiest moment came when the patches rose, not caused by bubble columns or turbulence, but by some upward motion. The light enacted on its own, the planes unpeeling into jets that braided upwards. The columns wound around one another, forming tall, thin silhouettes, humanoid only in the most abstract sense. Limbs suggested by negative space and light wrapped into a posture that read like a borrowed gesture. For the divers, the sight was almost unbearably intimate. Shapes that mimicked the posture of someone waiting on a dock, the curve of a head bent to listen. The figures held for seconds that stretched like rubber, seeming sentient and deliberate. Then, as if tired, they dissolved into threads that fell back to the sand. A diver near the center of the basin drifted toward a pool where all the patches were gathering. The pool shimmered differently from the surrounding glow. The surface was mirror smooth and the silver depth looked like a windless night. Peering into it felt like reading a page printed in an unfamiliar alphabet. His reflection, or the image that answered him, was recognizably him, and also not. The man in the water's face seemed older. Deeper lines set into the brow, eyes a fraction more hollow, hair shot through with white. He felt a shock that had nothing to do with current or pressure. His heart rate spiked on the log. Beside him another diver looked and saw nothing but a yawning void. They tried to test the pool like experimenters testing a hypothesis. Hands were extended in meter increments to touch ripples. A small probe dipped barely into the edge and came back coated in a shimmer that sent down a cold electric tingle across the suit. The shimmer faded in air within moments, impossible to preserve. When one diver attempted to scoop water into a sealed container, the sample lost its coherence at surface pressure and turned into dead particulate. Instruments measured familiar chemistry, salinity and trace organics, but none of the sensors could capture what the human observers had felt. The uncanny intimacy, the sense that the pool had offered back not an image but a memory. They rose with arguments and unease. On deck, the public log trimmed phrasing to conservative diagnosis, suspected photic refraction anomalies, possible bioluminescent aggregation. Privately, the team annotated with a different vocabulary: memory, invitation, mirror. The diver, whose face had looked older, wrote, in a cramped margin, the single line that would travel through the file: it was not reflection, it was memory written in light. Others noted that the pool had not simply displayed a static past but had nudged, very gently and for reasons unknown, at interior scenes that had weight and personal resonance. The basin remained blank on the next run. The patches did not appear on later surveys, or they appeared in different configurations, never quite repeating the choreography. Instruments could find no energy source that powered the displays. Cameras would render only ordinary particulate, or the faintest glow. For those who had been close enough to feel the pool's breath, the experience translated into a question rather than an answer. When light in the deep starts to behave like a script, what does it intend to write? Is it cataloguing events for itself, or is it offering pages to those willing to read? They left the basin with both scientific notes and personal impressions. The two rarely aligned. The formal record recorded nothing more provocative than scattered luminescence. The private margins kept the memory of older faces and of an intelligence that favored stories told in photons. The basin remained a place where light didn't simply reflect, it composed, and once composed, the composition sometimes read back to anyone who would stand and see. After the dive, the debates sharpened into working hypotheses and a cautious follow-up plan. If the basin's lights were organized behavior rather than optical quirk, then the team needed controlled stimuli that would not provoke panic. They designed a sequence of small slow tests, patterned light pulses from a remote platform, gentle acoustic taps at frequencies below the usual sonar clutter, and a soft scent plume from an inert release to test chemical response. All actions were measured for minimal intrusion. The basin by now had earned a reputation for answering in ways that blurred perception. On return, the environment responded. The luminous sheets, which had been sparse and scattered on the first run, gathered and began to move in deliberate procession toward the center. The spiral formations reappeared like lit fingers tracing a script on the sand. When the team pulsed a soft rhythm, the spirals aligned into a dance that followed the sequence. It was not mimicry in the shallow sense. Rather, the spirals integrated the rhythm into their motion, elongating and pausing on the beat. The observation prompted a model. Whatever managed the light could accept temporal patterns and incorporate them into a kinetic syntax. When the deliberate pulses ceased, the basin did something the team did not expect. The pool that had shown the aged face brightened faintly, and at its surface a slow eddy formed that traced out shapes. These shapes were not visible in video. Analysis of light scatter in millisecond frames, however, revealed regular modulation, a waveform in intensity that matched the rhythm previously offered. In plain terms, the basin had taken the signal, translated it into an internal code, and answered by arranging luminescent material in patterns too subtle for naked cameras at normal frame rates. The team realized they were seeing a language encoded, not simply in form but in timing. They progressed cautiously. A probe with fiber optic pickup lingered at the pool's edge, while a pattern of chords played on low-frequency transducers above the basin. The pool's surface responded, not with a literal image, but with a cascade of phase shifts in the luminescent sheets. Shifts that when mapped across space created a moving net of intensity. These nets attracted tiny motes and plankton, which clustered at nodes and then were cleared into the pool's center. The basin seemed to be performing sifting operations, guiding microorganisms into places where, once concentrated, they underwent biochemical changes. The light was not only narrative, it was engineering. Several divers reported after they surfaced that the light had sent back more than images. One noted that an odd sensation of déjà vu accompanied watching a spiral resolve into a glyph-like shape. The moment felt like recognition rather than recall. Another said that for a few seconds his mind supplied missing context to the pool's imagery, a childhood detail, a smell, as if the light had primed his associative centers to fill in narrative. These subjective experiences complicated the experiment. Could the basin be affecting neurochemistry through patterned photic stimulation tuned to deep sensory pathways? The team lacked tools to answer cleanly, only the persistent sense that the basin's displays had behavioral intent beyond simple attraction. The ethical conversation intensified. If the basin responded to patterns and could direct microfauna and possibly influence cognition, what responsibility did researchers have? The team decided against aggressive stimuli, and instead used minimal interventions to test information transfer. They sent sequences borrowed from mathematics, prime number series, Fibonacci taps, that were unlikely to be biologically meaningful. The basin worked those sequences into movement, and interestingly returned them altered. A prime number beat, produced a spiral that repeated with gaps that suggested compression. The Fibonacci pulses induced nested spirals of differing scale. The basin's transductions were systematic and repeatable, implying an internal grammar capable of recoding external input. One practical result emerged when certain patterns were repeated. The pool's reflection of observers shifted in predictable ways. The diver who had first seen his older self managed on a later run to coax an image that showed a younger version instead, a face clearer and more boyish. The pool's responsiveness suggested it could sample facets of memory and then render them as visual constructs. The team became custodians of a strange mirror that read them and, in limited ways, rewrote the prompt. Back on ship, analysts dug into the signals. High-speed frame analysis, spectral decomposition, and modeling showed that the basin's lights operated across several bands simultaneously. An overt photic layer, visible to raw eyes, a sub-millisecond modulation encoding sequence, and a phase field that influenced biotic behavior through subtle intensity gradients. The basin had as much engineering as artistry. It curated inputs, altered microecology, and engaged observers in what might be called conversation. By the end of the campaign, they had not solved the basin. What they had was a new taxonomy: places that compose with light, places that use photic patterns as both tool and language. They closed the field notes with a cautious admonition: if light can write memory, then reading it changes what it writes. The basin remained unmarked on general charts, but flagged to wary teams. The basin's gift, the possibility of seeing a past self in a silver pool, persisted as an ethical problem. The divers left with wonder, and an unsettled idea that some creatures of the deep do not hunt to take. They narrate to shape and to feed the world in the small, inscrutable way that only centuries of darkness can perfect. They expected ridge and rubble, the usual testimony of old lava flows and slow erosion. What met them instead at first glance was a strange, uncanny calm, a long spine rising from the plain, its surface rubbed to a finish no current could explain. Up close the stone held edges so soft, and even they looked polished by a hand, rather than tied. The divers ran their lights along it, and saw nothing crude, no lichen, no encrusting life in the usual profusion, only broad, unscarred planes that took the beam and threw it back as if the surface had been buffed to a mirror dull, a glass worn by some invisible patient weather. They moved along the crest in formation, cameras and probes deployed with the careful choreography of teams practiced in the unknown. On video the ridge looked ordinary, on the decks the feed replayed rock, but beneath the lights the humans experienced a different truth. The ridge hid motion. A hairline crack seen in one diver's peripheral vision would be gone a few strokes later. A shallow curve would appear where another diver had scanned a clean plane seconds before. These discrepancies weren't camera error, the instruments insisted, but they were real enough for the people in the water. The ridge shifted its face when unobserved, reconfiguring subtle topographies in a manner that felt deliberate. The first indication of something else came not from sight, but from sensation. It began as a low, almost negligible pressure that hummed along the sternum like a distant engine, not audible, but registered as a weight inside the chest. As they advanced, the sensation sharpened into a rhythmic beat. The sensation sharpened into a rhythmic beat. It wasn't transmitted through water in the normal sense. It impressed on bones and soft tissue as a physical cadence. Their steps, kicks, and fin strokes soon found themselves unconsciously matching that beat. Where the ocean usually imposes currents, the ridge imposed rhythm. One diver set a lightweight probe against the surface as a test. The contact should have shown either micro-vibrations or structural rigidity. Instead the ridge answered. The initial probe read a baseline, then spiked. The beat surged, not in a way that would suggest mechanical resonance alone, but in cadence and form. The diver felt a literal shove through the probe, not current, not turbulence, but an impulse that pushed him backward even though pressure sensors recorded no displacement of water. For a long minute the entire section tightened its pulse into a cadence that felt painfully intimate. Breaths began to align to its rhythm without willing consent. Minutes stretched oddly. Lungs that had previously felt easy now burned with the effort of matching the pressed tempo. The divers halted and hovered, helmets bright against stone, heart rates climbing on recorded logs. Up on deck, technicians leaned deep into their monitors. The acoustic graphs registered a faint, structured signal under the noise floor, while magnetometers and pressure arrays returned unremarkable numbers. The human body's response, the drag, the aching synchronicity, became the primary datum that could not be reduced to simple geology. They tried controlled stimuli. A diver played a slow metronome into his suit to see whether the ridge would adapt. The pulse responded by altering its phase to dovetail with the artificial beat, then after a pause, spun a new pattern that was not simply mimicking but conversing: a 3-beat phrase, then 2 long beats, a cadence that rose and fell like phrase and reply. One scientist called it call and answer. The divers felt it as conversation. Someone joked, soon regrettably, that they had stumbled into a rock that prefers music. The joke landed oddly when it was clear the thing could not be safely prodded. Attempts to remove a sample failed for mundane reasons and for reasons the instruments could not map. When a cutting tool met the ridge surface, it slid away as if hitting a surface of oil. When a stronger corer was applied, the beat spiked, and a shock tumbled up through the coupling into the corer's rig, tripping clamps and sending operators into immediate shutdown. The corer returned unbroken but useless, the sample slot having failed to fill. Chemical swabs later returned inconclusive signatures. No living tissue in the sense they expected, only an organized ephemeral residue that disintegrated hours after exposure. By the time they pulled back, the beat had slowed, retreating to the faint tremor it had been before they'd started. On deck, the logbook writers scrawled clinical jargon: possible acoustic resonance, geological anomaly. But the divers who had been pressed by that rhythm wrote less sterile notes. They confessed counting the pulses while their lungs tightened, measuring their breaths against the stone as if against another sentient chest. The memory lodged not as sound but as an embodied exchange, the ridge listening and replying in a language of pressure. They marked the coordinates and debated what to put in the public filing. A single line in the private margin would haunt subsequent teams. It was not echo, it was reply. The stone breathed back. It is an unsettling phrase because it opens the question of agency. Rocks, in theory, can resonate, but resonance that answers a living rhythm moves toward dialogue, and where dialogue exists we tend to recognize intention. The ridge at the very least had a manner of attention. How or why it had developed such tendency remained an open and uneasy question. Return attempts were deliberate and conservative. After the initial encounter, the research plan shifted from sample collection to careful listening and observation. They brought quieter vehicles, soft-lined cages, and instruments tuned to the subtle piezoaccelerometers for bone-conveyed vibration, interferometric laser arrays to resolve microns of displacement, and a cluster of hydrophones spread across the plane at intervals keyed to phase detection. If the ridge spoke in pressure, their job now was translation rather than violence. During the second mission, the ridge's face had new tricks. Where before features had simply altered when unobserved, now the entire surface seemed to take measures against scrutiny. When one camera lingered focused on a particular seam, that seam smoothed into such evenness it took on the appearance of an intentional surface patch. When another diver looked away, the seam returned. Teams on deck compared replayed footage, identical feeds taken simultaneously, and found divergence in frames that should have been exact. The phenomenon suggested not only reconfiguration but perceptual selection. The ridge presented one facade to one witness, and another to others depending on the angle and timing of observation. They tested the selection theory with protocol. Pairs of divers approached identical segments from opposite directions while synchronized cameras recorded. The recorded feeds, when analyzed, failed to converge. A crack visible in one angle refused to appear in the opposing camera. The effect cannot be chalked up to simple parallax. The cameras were co-calibrated and rigorously checked. The results suggested that the ridge could pattern itself contingent on observers, offering a kind of private information to each witness. If that reading is correct, then the ridge's reconfiguration functions like attention. It can fold geometry to tailor messages, to hide or reveal on demand. The dialogic cadence continued to be the most unnerving part. The ridge's pulses, when mapped across spatial arrays, showed complex modulation. It varied tempo, introduced beats that were out of phase across different segments, and occasionally locked into lagged echoes that would chase across its length like waves in a stadium. The mapping team produced elaborate visualizations and attempted pattern matching against known animal calls, mechanical rhythms, even human musical signatures. Nothing fit precisely. One acoustic biologist said quietly that the ridge's rhythms resembled neither the language of whales nor the regularity of tides. They had internal syntax, a grammar their charts could not yet read. Psychological effects compounded the mystery. Divers reported dreams in the days after exposure that were oddly consistent, images of walking along the ridge with no water, the stone warm and speaking without words, a repeated number pattern that one diver translated into the things he'd been counting on the dive, an inexplicable compulsion to retake certain breaths in the same rhythm as the recorded pulses. The team's psychologist cautioned about pattern seeking and shared hallucination. Still, the incidence and coherence of reports across independent individuals made outright dismissal uneasy. Some scientists posited the ridge emitted ultra-weak electromagnetic fields that could entrain neural circuits. Others suggested an emergent bioelectromechanical phenomenon embedded in the stone's matrix. Operationally, the ridge became a no-go for aggressive sampling. Administrators added soft red flags. Observe only. No coring without institutional review. The team's private notes grew elegiac. They speculated that however the ridge had developed its pulse, it had co-evolved with creatures of the deep that rid it. Organisms that used phase, pressure, and harmonic patterns as a shared social medium. The divers worried about their speciesness. If the deep can generate and sustain languages of pressure, then human modes of access, light and visual imaging, risk being crude and deaf in return. The last log entry before the archive sealed the public dataset is terse. Feature noted. Observational restriction recommended. Marginalia, keep a darker tone. It listens. It replies. We are loud where it is patient. For teams that study the archive, the ridge sits like a question hung in quiet. What does attention mean in a place without ears? The divers who stood with chests pressed to rhythm returned with one certainty. They had not found stone that echoes. They had found a thing that knows how to answer, and answers with the slow, insistent pulse of something that has listened for a long time. They dropped onto a plain that wore blankness like a garment. From the descent it was unremarkable. Flat sand stretching out, occasional pebbles. Nothing to suggest the ingenuity later revealed. What disrupted the expected serenity was motion that had no mechanical source. The sand drew lines by itself. At first the marks were shallow furrows, circles that widened, squares that sharpened, appearing beneath undisturbed water with no hint of current or animal track. The divers stopped, helmets alight, and watched while the plain inscribed itself in increasing complexity. The lines formed with intent. They pressed deeper than mere ripple, cutting into sediment as if written with a stylus. Spirals turned into repeated motifs, intersecting into lattices and geometric motifs that seemed to span distances far wider than their lamps could fully outline. When one diver edged close enough to touch a furrow, the sand rearranged, but not chaotically. It adjusted around the intrusion in an ordered manner, reasserting the design with a kind of compositional grace. Cameras recorded only vague changes, sediment blur and light refraction, but human vision mapped structure with uncanny clarity. Shapes like fingerprints expanded into broader script. They attempted to anchor the phenomenon empirically. A diver dropped a weighted marker at the edge of a newly formed spiral to see if the pattern would be fixed. The marker sank through the furrows, as if falling through lattice quicksand, and disappeared into the floor without resistance. When they probed the spot with a slender rod, the instrument passed through the topographically dramatic sand, and found only a thin, rapidly reconstituting substrate below. Attempts at retrieval failed. Nothing held. The plane tolerated inspection, but refused possession. As the shapes evolved, they took on a mind-baffling quality. The designs began to move. Spirals folded inward, like closing flowers. Squares stretched into diamonds that pivoted slowly. Circles peeled off arcs that slid into new patterns. The divers floated above this choreography and experienced vertigo that had nothing to do with depth. The movement suggested algorithmic rules. Elements combined, subdivided, morphed, like a writing system rendering variants of a single glyph. The motion was neither random nor purely mechanical. It betrayed decision. One diver described the sensation of reading a page that kept rewriting itself, eyes trying to pass meaning while the letters altered in the act of interpretation. They tried to slow the process by staying absolutely still. The shapes did pause. For several minutes the lines contracted into one symbol at the center of the plane and held. None recognized it. It read like an eye, not biological, but an emblematic form that registered as recognition. Under its impression, divers felt watched, an awareness that was not simply the projection of fear, but an active appraisal directed at them. They tried to force permanence by sealing a small quadrant with a ring of weight and transparent film. For a time the writings continued outside the ring, but not within. After several laps the ring showed nothing but mundane sand and the film had fogged with condensation. On removal the interior quadrant exhibited the original pattern, as if the plane now copied the new frame into its lexicon. That copy, when compared to the surrounding script, contained variances, a new flourish here, a shifted axis there, as if the plane could incorporate imposed constraints and then translate them into variations of its own language. The conservation team floated hypotheses. Was the plane a biological carpet of organisms coordinating substrate and movement? Was it a mineral process driven by electrochemical gradients? Or was it an informational medium, the sea's slate, capable of encoding patterns via organized particle displacement? Each model had merits, and each collapsed under scrutiny. Microanalysis of sampled grains returned normal sediment composition, but with microstructural reordering that dissolved in minutes under surface pressures. The material support of the writing existed only in situ. Human effects were notable and unsettling. A diver who lingered above the eye symbol later reported dreams of reading pages with nothing written but that one mark. Another found that images associated with certain spirals would surface unbidden in his waking hours. The plain script did not merely rearrange sand, it produced echoes in memory. When they rose the team's logs turned clinical. The margins however carried a small scrawled sentence. It did not want to be filmed, it wanted to be read. The edition read as instruction: engage with care. Bring eyes, not cameras. Offer presence, not instruments. A follow-up study planned to investigate the plane's behavior in controlled sequences. They returned with a grid of small beacons, a set of harmless dyes that would fluoresce briefly in deep water, and a marking platform designed to perturb the sand minimally. The objective was to see whether the plane's writing could be influenced by controlled signals, and to map the translation rules, if any. The beacons were placed along axes of recently formed patterns. Divers turned off non-essential lights and watched. At first the plane ignored the probes. Then, as if acknowledging a new correspondent, the sand shifted with deliberate economy. Lines extended from beacon to beacon, forming connecting arcs. The process resembled a writer mapping the ligatures between letters. When the team introduced a patterned pulse of light, a slow blink sequence designed to mimic Morse-like signaling, the plane responded not by reproducing the signal, but by folding the pulses into rhythm, a series of nested spirals that echoed the blink intervals. The conclusion was eerie. The plane accepted input, recoded it into its own medium, and produced output that was meaningful by its own rules. Efforts to decode the writing met predictable human limits. The plane's glyphs apparently relied on multimodal channels: shape, timing, depth of groove, and local particulate arrangement. Some designs served as transient markers, others appeared to be longer-lived. It seemed to use repetition as emphasis and intersection as grammar. When the team left a deliberate flourish, a circle with a central dot, the plane later incorporated that motif into a larger lattice as a node, suggesting that advertisement or signature might anchor future compositions. In other words, the plane could adopt foreign tokens into its syntax. Beyond mechanics, a cultural reading emerged. The eye symbol recurred at the center of multiple compositions in later passes, almost ritualistically. Divers speculated that certain formations functioned as attention nodes, like punctuation highlighting an important place along a route. If so, then the plane was not merely displaying patterns. It was telling a story with landmarks, references, and recurring signs. The team trained to map biological population centers and geological faults, now contended with a landscape that wrote its own margins. The ethics of further intrusion polarized the team. Some scientists wanted to push deeper, more markers, longer interruptions, attempts at translation via iterative feedback. Others urged restraint, arguing that the plane's responsiveness demonstrated cultural capacity, if not sentience, and that continued interference risked altering systems they barely understood. The compromise was minimal, observational return only carefully documented. The plane was flagged as a site of interest and relegated to cautious files accessible under controlled review. In the end, the sea reclaimed the page. On the last dive, the group hovered above the field and watched as the glyphs dissolved back into plainer sand. Time pressed, tanks drained, and the divers rose with a feeling of having trespassed through an intimate library. The final note in the private report read simply, and then strangely urgent. It writes, it chooses its readers. For those who had watched the lines draw and fold and then vanish, the plane did not feel hostile or benevolent. It felt selective, a landscape that composes for those who learn to read its grammar, and perhaps for those whom it permits to understand. They descended into a cut of the abyss, where the water took on a clarity that felt wrong, as if the ocean had been bleached of its usual grain and life. At first everyone welcomed it. Lamps reached farther, hull cameras sharpened, and the crew joked about finally seeing the bottom properly. Within minutes the humor died. The clarity was not generosity, it was absence. Fine silt that should have hung in curtains vanished, plankton that should have clouded beams was gone. The soundscape changed with equal strangeness. The soft, familiar rustle of pumps and servos snapped bright and hollow, like hand claps inside a tunnel. The change in acoustics suggested cavity. The cavity suggested structure. Structure suggested something had organized the space itself. They found the line of domes half buried along a slope, identical shoulders surfacing from sand like the backs of sleeping beasts. Each dome was about the size of a helmet, smooth and metallic in sheen, so uniform the arrangement read like intentional installation rather than fortuitous nodules. Clearing away silt, divers exposed edges that were not chipped or rough but honed. The sheen absorbed light rather than reflecting it. It looked inert until a gloved hand brushed one dome and the slope shivered. The reaction was not local. A low measured vibration ran the whole line, traveling outward in a coherent wave. Stones nearby trembled. The pressure sensors recorded micro-oscillations. Lights stuttered. Even radio comms took on static exactly in time with the wave. Then the series began to sing. One by one the domes resonated. An ordered sequence that climbed and folded back down over a minute. The tone was not musical in any human sense, more a mechanical choir that reverberated in bone. Divers felt their teeth rattle in their skulls. For a breathless moment that resonance filled the trench completely, and then it stopped. Silence pressed like a lid. The water itself seemed to hang and wait. The domes glowed afterward with a thin bluish internal light as if waking for inspection, and then equally quickly closed that light out. The total effect was ritual. Wake, announce, sleep. Cameras captured only a spectral blur. High-speed playback dissolved the glow into noise. Sonar returned inconsistent blips that did not correspond to volume or shape seen by eyes. Instrumentation suggested mundane geology. The human accounts insisted on orchestration. The lead diver wrote later that the patterning of the resonance resembled communication, not defense. It answered touch with choreography. He annotated, not recoil. Not a reaction of pain but a practiced response. Others noted the dome's glow seemed to trace patterns along the trench, as if marking a path or recounting an event. When surface teams replayed the files, engineers called for repeatable stimuli. The domes did not respond again on subsequent visits, as if the line had accepted a one-time acknowledgement, and then returned to dormancy. Post-dive analysis left the team both fascinated and unsettled. Chemical swabs of the dome surfaces returned ephemeral organic traces that degraded in hours. Metallurgical tests were inconclusive. The sheen returned no uniform alloy signature. The only durable record was the resonance waveform archived on multiple hydrophones. Acoustic specialists argued that the pattern was structured enough to warrant comparison to signaling systems. Behavioral biologists wondered whether a distributed structure could coordinate such pulses intentionally. For the divers who had felt the wave pass through their bones, the simplest description stuck. It was not stone. It was a choir. And in the quiet that followed, the trench kept its secret. The domes sleeping like sentinels, waiting for a visitor who might know the right rhythm. The corridor should not have been there. Charts showed a gentle valley. Reality presented a narrowing that closed over like a throat. The walls rose, smooth and polished in a way no current could explain. Surfaces that the divers' lights skimmed without laminar scatter. Angles that swallowed beam edges. The ceiling climbed out of sight, and the channel's floor tilted gently downward until motion and depth lost ordinary reference. With each step forward, exhalations returned delayed, overlaid with tones not made in the helmets, but carried back as if a second breathing apparatus answered from behind rock. Silt refused to settle in this space. Instead of clouds, the particles danced in steady spirals, vertical vortices, holding shape like pinned fabric. Curious fish that drifted near froze in mid-stroke, and then fled with abrupt violence, as though whatever animated the corridor could catalogue and then repel. Compasses spun with indecision, pressure gauges twitched. The divers felt less like explorers and more like subjects. Something in the passage seemed to curate the passage of time and matter itself. After half an hour, the corridor altered appearance. Smooth stone rippled with thin membranes, almost like living veins traced in pale green. The membranes crawled in patterns, branchings and lattices that spread and then retreated when touched, vanishing beneath the skin of rock. Cameras filmed blank walls. Only the human eye reported the threads. At the far end, the passage opened into a circular chamber, rimmed with fractures, scored deeply as if by many hands. In the center yawned a pit, absolutely black, so featureless that it registered as absence rather than shadow. The chamber's scratches began to rearrange before the diver's eyes, spiral motifs converging toward the hollow like calligraphy, pointing at a single word. One diver claimed, privately, and then publicly, that he heard breathing rising from the pit, not through his headset, but in the bones of his jaw. Another insisted the sensation was vibrational, a pressure wave transmitted through teeth and sternum. Whatever the modality, the group felt a rising urgency in the space, an attention directed inward that asked for something. They turned and fled before any answer could be coaxed. On return, the corridor behaved like an ordinary canyon. No membranes. No spirals, only rough stone chewing the lamps. The passage sealed its impression as a memory that instruments could not anchor. The lid log filed illusory corridor and possible sensor distortion, but the divers left a margin note that lingered. We entered something's throat. We left before it decided to close. The words were not metaphor, they read like warning. The canyon defied their categories. From above, it split the seafloor in a narrow cut. When they dropped in, the walls sang of craftsmanship. The basalt curved inward in ribs, polished in places into surfaces that bent light into impossible depths. The effect was layered translucence. The stone seemed to contain sheets or skins that hid movement behind them. Behind those skins, ghosted silhouettes. The divers watched faint motions through the strata, limb-like shapes that swam in their own plane of existence, never crossing the boundary into the diver's water. On playback, the images dissolved into texture. In the helmets, they were unmistakable presences. On a ledge, they found perfect spheres, smooth as marbles, aligned like offerings. When one diver lifted a globe, the canyon responded, a chorus of soft flares running along the walls, and the shadows within the strata froze mid-movement. The diver dropped the sphere in reflex. The figures resumed, but quicker, more anxious. The canyon thrummed, not seismic collapse, but an ordered rhythm, 3 steady beats, repeated, and then subsiding. The beats shadowed the divers out of the gulf, following them like a measured farewell as they rose. Only when they reached open water did the rhythm vanish. Back aboard the ship, instruments reported nothing beyond background noise. Still, acoustic analysts later isolated a buried pattern in the logs that matched the reported 3-beat phrase. The spheres themselves resisted physical characterization. Samples dissolved in decompression. The shapes left no imprint on nets. The scientists proposed hypotheses, artifacts from unknown lithification process, biological eggs, or signaling nodes. The divers offered a simpler verdict in their margins. We saw through a skin. What swam there was not meant for our side. The canyon remained on the map as a blank. The presence behind its walls retained its privacy. The slope looked banal at first. Ridges, sparse outcrops, a seabed tessellated by currents. Soon the team recognized a pattern of repetition, a looping that turned navigation into déjà vu. A boulder they passed on a left turn reappeared to the right minutes later. Shadows doubled within their lamps. The seabed folded in echoes, like a film strip dragged twice across the same frame. The phenomenon was disorienting, eroding trust in instruments, and making orientation a matter of faith. They found a ring of squat monoliths at the slope's base, short columns spaced precisely. Each bore incised grooves, shallow but deliberate. Those grooves shifted when examined, subtly altering their grooves into new shapes. One diver read the marks as tally, another argued for glyphs. In the moments they deliberated, the water thickened, movement slowed, their limbs dragging through an invisible molasses. The monoliths vibrated, a pressure that entered the chest rather than the ear. The rhythm personalized. One diver felt his heartbeat echoed, another perceived breath, and a third felt slow temporal counting. The same vibration registered differently in different bodies. Retreat became urgent as the pressure increased. Rising eased the load. The slope's repetition dissolved, as if it were a staging ground returning to blankness. On the surface, logs noted spatial distortion and possible hypoxia. But the divers' private lines were clearer and darker. One wrote, succinct, "It was not landscape, it was rehearsal, and we were its practice." The record ended with a warning not of beasts but of architecture, a place that trains attention and times bodies, folding travelers into a loop of practice they had not consented to rehearse. The 9th section opens with a descent into an expanse that at first seemed utterly barren. The divers expected sand, scattered boulders, maybe slow drifts of silt. Instead they found nothing, no sediment clouds, no drifting plankton, no sound of current. The silence was so complete that even their regulators seemed muted, as though the environment consumed noise before it could spread. For minutes they hovered, listening to the absence. Then, gradually, the plain revealed itself. Lines emerged in the sand, shallow depressions that stretched farther than the lamps could illuminate. They were not random. The lines ran straight, parallel, forming long corridors etched into the seabed. At intersections, the sand had been pressed deeper, creating sharp angles like corners of halls. The divers moved cautiously, following the paths as they turned again and again, until it became clear that they were inside something vast. A grid laid down in precise geometry, too exact for chance. At intervals they passed pits shaped like doorways. Each was rectangular, edges smooth, leading down into deeper dark. Probes lowered into the openings reported nothing unusual, yet the divers swore they heard faint reverberations rising, as though the hollows extended into chambers below. They resisted entering, unsettled by the sense that the spaces had not been abandoned, but were waiting. As they advanced further, a change began. The lines in the sand glowed faintly, a dull phosphorescence that outlined the paths ahead. Cameras showed no trace of this. To the recordings, the divers wandered across empty plain, but in their vision, corridors stretched bright before them, illuminating routes that seemed to guide them towards some unseen center. At last, the glow converged into a square wider than their beams could span. The square pulsed once with brighter light, then collapsed into darkness. Immediately the plain looked ordinary again. The lines vanished, the pits became patches of sand, and silence returned heavier than before. The divers withdrew. Logs filed afterward called it optical interference, possible fatigue distortion. Yet in the margins one diver wrote a sentence that was later underlined in review. We walked on floor that was not floor. It was blueprint. The second account tied to this section comes from a fissure so deep that its floor could not be measured, a place where darkness seemed layered upon itself. The team began with standard mapping, sonar sweeps, pressure readings, timed descent. For the first 100 meters, the fissure behaved as expected, narrow and steep. Then the readings faltered, depth registered erratically, sometimes showing shallower than they had begun, sometimes extending beyond the range of their instruments. The walls of the fissure bore strange marks. At first the divers assumed fractures from geological stress, but closer inspection revealed order. The lines were parallel, etched into the stone with such precision that they resembled the striations of engineered material. They descended farther, and the striations shifted into curves. The curves bent into spirals, repeating upward and downward, forming patterns that suggested more than erosion. The divers reached out. Stone felt smooth to the touch, but their gloves tingled with faint static. Minutes later, the fissure widened. From the darkness ahead, points of light appeared. They were not fish, not drifting organisms, but luminous shapes fixed to the walls like lanterns. Arranged in pairs, they formed arches overhead, glowing faintly with bluish-green light. When the divers swam beneath the first arch, every gauge on their suits flickered. Oxygen dropped for seconds before stabilizing. Pressure readings skipped, and comms filled with static. They pushed forward cautiously, passing under arch after arch, each spaced evenly apart, vanishing into the dark below. As they passed the fifth arch, one diver swore he saw movement, figures outlined in the glow, tall and indistinct, shifting just beyond vision. Another insisted the glow itself was moving, pulsing slowly like veins carrying fluid. Cameras captured none of it. Footage showed arches, yes, but no glow, no shapes, no motion, only blank stone. They stopped before the ninth arch, unwilling to continue. The light here had grown brighter, and the static in their ears was unbearable. One diver later admitted he thought the arches were counting them, marking their progress one by one. Retreat was slow, each step upward accompanied by the sensation of being followed. At the surface their logs were restrained. Possible bioluminescence, electrical interference. But one diver, in the privacy of his notes, wrote, "The fissure was not descent, it was precession, and we were not its first." The third record from this section comes from a depression mapped on sonar as an empty bowl. Yet the team that entered described it as anything but. The depression was shallow, circular, with slopes smooth enough to suggest erosion. But when the divers reached its floor, they found hundreds of holes in the stone. Each hole was perfectly round, no larger than a fist, drilled at equal depth. They covered the basin in neat alignment, too precise to be natural. At first the holes seemed lifeless, just cavities bored into rock. Then currents shifted, subtle but deliberate. Streams of water began to rise from the holes, each releasing bubbles that were not bubbles at all. The shapes were spherical, translucent, gliding upward before bursting silently into fragments of light. They left no residue, no trail, only vanishing sparks. As the divers hovered above, the holes released more, not in chaos, but in measured rhythm, like breath expelled from 100 lungs. The divers grew uneasy when the rhythm changed. The releases slowed, then aligned with their own breathing. Each inhale, each exhale was mirrored by a corresponding burst from the holes. One diver tested the theory, holding his breath. Immediately the holes fell silent. When he exhaled, the bursts returned. They attempted to record, but the cameras showed only faint distortions, water shimmer without shape. Frustration mounted, and tension gave way to fear when the bursts began to form patterns. Instead of rising randomly, they aligned into spirals, intersecting above the basin before collapsing back into nothing. At the center of the basin, the largest hole remained silent. No bursts, no shimmer, only dark water too deep to measure. When they approached, one diver claimed to hear whispers seeping from the cavity, words too faint to understand, carried through his bones rather than ears. Another insisted he heard nothing but a hum, steady and slow, like machinery at rest. None agreed on the sound, yet all agreed on its origin. They rose quickly, unnerved by the synchronization. On review, logs reduced the event to gas vents, possible misperception. But privately, one diver confessed in writing, it was not venting, it was repetition. The basin was breathing us back. The site was left unmarked. No expedition has entered since. The depression remains on maps as a blank circle, a hollow in the sea that may still echo with breaths no diver should share. The last account in this section concerns a plateau, where the sea floor rose into low ridges, featureless at first, until the divers noticed their formation. The ridges ran in long arcs that intersected at sharp angles, enclosing vast polygons across the seabed. The shapes stretched too wide to be coincidence, each line extending for dozens of meters, before bending with mathematical precision. The divers swam carefully along the edges, tracing the boundaries of figures that resembled letters written on a page too large to read. As they advanced, the water grew still. No current tugged at their fins. No silt clouded the edges of light. Then the ridges began to vibrate. The tremors were subtle at first. A faint shiver felt through the bones, but soon they grew stronger, until every ridge throbbed with rhythm. The divers compared it to standing inside a drum, each beat pressing against their chests. One diver swore the vibration matched his own pulse, then shifted until it outpaced him, dragging his heartbeat into sync. At the center of the plateau, the ridges converged into a wide hollow. The hollow was lined with smaller ridges, arranged in perfect spirals. As the divers hovered above, the spiral began to glow with a dull red sheen. The glow brightened in steady increments, reaching outward in ripples, until the entire plateau was bathed in faint color. The divers panicked, retreating toward the edges. Cameras recorded only dim light, far weaker than what the team described. Yet the fear was written clearly in their voices. The spiral pulsed one final time, brighter than before, then dimmed suddenly to nothing. In its place was silence, heavy and complete. They rose quickly, unwilling to linger. Logs filed later called the phenomenon optical illusion, sonic vibration. But one diver added a personal note. The ridges were not natural, they were script, and the plateau read us back. The descent into this next region revealed an environment that unsettled even the most seasoned divers. The ocean floor here was not jagged or broken, but unnaturally smooth, as if some immense pressure had scraped it clean over centuries. From a distance, the plain appeared empty, almost featureless. Yet as the team drew closer, they noticed faint markings etched across its surface. These were not cracks from stress or currents. They were lines, thin, deliberate, and too evenly spaced to be chance. The lines extended in grids that stretched beyond the range of their lamps, weaving patterns that gave the impression of structure without walls, a map carved directly into the stone. At first, the divers assumed it to be illusion, the mind interpreting randomness as order. But the closer they swam, the more precise the markings became. Angles intersected with perfect accuracy, squares nested within larger squares, spirals curling outward only to vanish into darkness. When one diver placed his hand against the surface, the stone trembled faintly. A vibration spread across the grid, running down the lines like current in a wire. The tremor reached outward until it disappeared into the black beyond their sight. Moments later, the plane responded. The grid began to glow, not bright, but steady, as if lit from beneath by embers, smoldering deep in the rock. The lines illuminated, one by one, branching outward from where the diver had touched, forming shapes that resembled diagrams or symbols. The divers hovered in silence, unsettled by the thought that their presence had activated something dormant. None spoke aloud, yet the sensation was clear. They had been acknowledged. The markings continued to shift. At times they resembled constellations, at others, scripts too complex to follow. One diver swore he saw a pattern repeating like a heartbeat, a pulse traced across the grid. Another insisted the symbols formed something like an eye, its outline closing and opening again before dissolving. The most disturbing detail came from the third diver, who claimed the markings were not symbols at all but silhouettes, outlines of figures bending and twisting across the plain as though trapped beneath the stone. The divers attempted to film it all, desperate for evidence. But when the footage was reviewed later, the stone was bare, unmarked. No grids, no spirals, no silhouettes, only empty seabed, stretching featureless into the dark. The contradiction between what they had seen and what the cameras captured gnawed at them, leaving unease that lingered long after the dive. They decided to retreat, but the plane did not allow them to leave quietly. As they swam upward, the glow dimmed in steady rhythm, fading outward until the last lines near the surface blinked out. The vibration pulsed one final time, stronger than before, pressing against their chests and ribs, until they gasped involuntarily. Then all sensation ceased. By the time they broke the surface, the plane below looked no different from any other, erased of every sign it had moved or responded. The logs recorded the incident as optical interference, psychological fatigue. But among the private notes were phrases more difficult to dismiss. One diver wrote, "It measured us as we measured it." Another confessed that in the last seconds before leaving, he felt certain the grid had rearranged itself into a new pattern, not random, not symbolic, but a map, with their own bodies as its coordinates. The plane has remained unvisited since. On charts it is labeled featureless, but those who study the archive call it otherwise. They speak of it as blueprint, a design left unfinished, or a structure buried so deep it cannot be unearthed, only glimpsed when it chooses to show itself. And for the few who have lingered over the descriptions, one question persists: was it recording them, or inviting them to return and complete the pattern? The second account, tied to this section, comes from a depression on the ocean floor that resembled a crater. It was wide, circular, and rimmed with jagged edges, as if some immense object had once pressed into the seabed and then withdrawn. The divers descended cautiously, tracing the circumference before moving inward. The floor was unnervingly smooth, swept clean of debris, no sediment or coral clinging to its surface. Even the water here seemed stripped of particles, sterile, as though currents avoided the place entirely. At the center of the crater stood a structure unlike anything they had encountered before. It was a column, perfectly cylindrical, rising 4 meters from the floor. The column's surface was matte black, unreflective, swallowing their lights instead of bouncing them back. Instruments reported nothing, no density, no mineral composition, not even the presence of matter. Yet the column stood solid, immovable. One diver extended a gloved hand, touched its side, and recoiled immediately. The surface was not cold, not hot, but alive with motion. Vibrations rolled under the skin, steady, rhythmic, as if the column possessed a pulse. When the others drew closer, the entire crater responded. The smooth floor began to shift, rippling in concentric circles, outward from the base of the column. The ripples moved like water disturbed by a stone, but they traveled through solid rock. The divers hovered above, astonished, as the entire crater breathed beneath them. The ripples reached the rim, then recoiled, pulling back toward the column, gathering at its base before vanishing into stillness. Then came the resonance. A low hum filled the crater, too deep to be heard as sound, but strong enough to vibrate through their chests. Each diver described it differently afterward. One said it matched his heartbeat. Another said it staggered his pulse until he felt faint. The third swore it was not heartbeat at all, but language, a series of measured tones too vast to interpret. The hum persisted for minutes, then fell silent. The divers retreated quickly, unnerved by the sense that the column was aware of them. Cameras captured only fragments, faint distortion, flickers of shadow, but nothing resembling the scale of what they experienced. At the surface, the event was explained away as seismic resonance. The divers disagreed. They left notes instead of conclusions. One wrote, "The crater was not a scar, it was a stage." Another added, "The column did not react to us, it rehearsed us." The site has been avoided since, left blank on maps though its coordinates remain known. For those who reviewed the logs, the crater carried implications difficult to ignore. Its geometry was too exact, its responses too deliberate. If natural, it was unlike any geological phenomenon recorded. If artificial, it was ancient, its function obscured but intact enough to activate in the presence of observers. The question remains unresolved, but the diver's testimony insists on one detail: the column was not inert, it was listening. The third record from this section comes from a rift that split the seafloor like a scar. The opening stretched for kilometers, a jagged wound in stone, edges sharp and clean, as if cut by design rather than tectonic force. The divers descended into the chasm with care, beams cutting through water that thickened the deeper they went. The walls seemed alive with sheen, glistening not with algae or coral, but with faint reflective threads that bent the light into strange angles. Halfway down, the rift expanded into chambers carved like vaults. Each chamber opened into another, ceilings lost in the dark, walls lined with depressions. The depressions were oval, repeating in steady rows, empty yet shaped as though they had once held something. The divers swam cautiously past, unsettled by the symmetry. One diver remarked that it resembled storage, a gallery of alcoves cut into the planet itself. Another whispered it felt more like graves. At the lowest point they reached, they found a floor that gleamed like metal. It was not sediment or rock, but a surface that rang faintly when touched, the vibration humming through their gloves. The sound echoed upward, striking the chamber walls, and for the first time the alcoves began to glow faintly. Pale light seeped out, outlining their shapes like lanterns lit from within. But the alcoves remained empty. Then the sound shifted. The hum became steady rhythm, echoing in patterns like a slow chant. The divers froze, unwilling to linger longer. They turned back, but the chambers seemed to reorder themselves. Passages that led upward moments before closed into walls. Corridors split into new angles, leading deeper instead of higher. Panic set in until they found a path that finally brought them to the rift's mouth. By the time they escaped, the light had gone, and the alcoves were dark once more. At the surface their footage betrayed them. The alcoves appeared only as rough cracks in stone. The metallic floor showed as ordinary rock. Logs dismissed it as exhaustion. But in their private notes one diver wrote, "It was not cavern, it was archive, and the vault was not empty. It was waiting for return." The last account connected to this section begins with an area mapped only once. A shelf where the seabed rose into steps, like a staircase carved into stone. At first the divers thought it natural, the product of tectonic lift. But as they descended, they realized the steps were too precise. Each was identical in height and depth, repeating for hundreds of meters, before vanishing into the gloom. The effect was architectural. They felt as though they had entered a hall built not for humans, but for something larger, older, and indifferent. They moved cautiously, tracing each step, and soon noticed the texture of the surface. The stone was grooved, etched with repeating lines that curved into spirals. The grooves grew deeper the further they went, until the steps themselves seemed carved from patterns rather than rock. One diver knelt to examine a spiral more closely, brushing it with his glove. The step shuddered. Not visibly, the cameras showed nothing, but through his bones he felt it. A tremor that spread outward and upward, until the entire staircase seemed to vibrate. The vibrations became rhythm, a steady beat that grew louder the longer they remained. It did not match their heartbeats or breathing. It was slower, heavier, ancient. The divers argued whether to continue. Curiosity won, and they pressed onward. As they climbed lower, the spirals lit faintly beneath their lights, glowing with pale radiance. The glow spread from step to step, until the entire staircase shimmered with muted fire. Each glow rose and fell like breath, as though the staircase itself exhaled beneath them. At the base they found a platform, perfectly circular, smooth and unmarked, except for a single crack at its center. The crack was narrow, no wider than a finger, but from it issued a draft unlike any current. It pressed outward in slow bursts, timed to the rhythm of the glowing steps. The divers leaned close, listening. One swore he heard voices rising through the crack, murmurs in cadence with the bursts. Another insisted it was not voices, but the sound of wind moving through an endless corridor. The third said nothing, but later admitted he felt words inside his head, heavy and indistinct, as though the crack had spoken directly into thought. Fear broke their resolve. They began their ascent. As they rose, the glow faded step by step, each extinguishing until the staircase lay dark again. But the rhythm followed them, faint at first, then louder, until they could no longer tell whether it came from below or from within their own bodies. Only when they breached the surface did it cease, leaving their ears ringing with silence. The official record filed the site as unverified anomaly, but the divers' private accounts reveal more. One wrote, "The staircase was not ruin, it was pulse-made stone." Another, "It was not passage, it was test." And the third, in words more chilling than either, left only this: "The steps were waiting for something heavier than us." We surface briefly from the last record staircase, and slide without fanfare into what follows, a new stretch of the deep, where whatever lives there does not merely hide, it designs how we perceive it. The transition is quiet, no header on a chart, only the way the water feels different when you cross an invisible line. Below now are 4 extended encounters, recorded by teams who went farther than they should have, and came back with accounts that do not map easily to any known life form. Read them in order. They were recorded in sequence. Keep in mind, the instruments often refuse to agree with the human testimony. They lowered themselves into a darkness that swallowed light, like linen. Initially the descent was predictable, temperature steady, currents shallow, gauges steady. Then the landscape changed without shifting, a wide plain that seemed to breathe faintly from beneath, and across that plain, a tide of shapes moved in coordinated silence. They were not shoals of fish. They were aligned figures, elongated, floating vertically, as though standing on invisible legs. Each figure was wrapped in a sheath of membrane that flickered with color, not produced by bioluminescence, but by refraction of something deeper, a color the divers had no name for. The shapes did not swim. They rose and descended with slow communal intent, forming ranks, sliding sideways, parting to allow a lone figure of greater size to glide forward. When the larger form passed, the smaller ones bowed, folding inward like curtains. No appendage appeared, nothing that could be called a mouth or fin. They reshaped themselves by folding the sheath around a center. The movement was coordinated as if controlled by a single mind, distributed across many bodies. When the divers moved closer, the formation altered, not fleeing but rearranging, making room and creating patterns that matched the divers' own approach. Their instruments were baffled. Sonar rendered the shapes as thin vertical blips, barely registering mass. Acoustic picks traced only the faintest low-frequency hum, not matching any known cetacean or tectonic source. Video recorded grainy silhouettes that on playback lost definition and resolved into noise. Still the divers remembered detail. The way one of the tall figures leaned and extended a filament that brushed the water near a diver's light and unspooled into a luminous lace. The filament did not contact skin. It passed through the beam and collapsed into motes that drifted away like extinguished stars. A single mote hovered near the diver's mask before dissolving. He felt, without sensation on his skin, a memory stir, a flash of childhood warmth, an image of a riverbank he had not thought of in years. No physical biopsy could be taken. When they reached for a filament, their gloved hands passed through as though striking fog. The filament yielded a resistance, not recorded by force sensors, a subtle tug on attention. Instruments showed only vacuum where the hand met it. One scientist later wrote that the interaction looked less like touch and more like reading. The formation did not react to violence. When a probe was thrust forward, it simply rearranged itself, folding the aggressive axis into a closed ring and returning to collective motion. On ascent, the formation receded like a curtain, and the plain beneath was blank again, smooth and unbroken. The logs reduced the encounter to soft-bodied assemblage, anomalous signals. The divers annotated the raw file with a single line. They catalogue as the way a tide catalogues shells, by shape not name. Whether these beings were animals, modular organisms, or something else entirely, they exhibited behavior that suggested culture, coordinated ceremony, selective non-contact, and the ability to evoke interior images in observers. This is the first recorded pattern in the new depth. Structures that do not bite or hunt but elicit recognition. We are still listening. They found the canyon by mistake, following a weak, eddying signature on low-power sonar that had nagged at the mapping tech for days. The cut into the plain narrowed gradually until it carved a throat through basalt. Along its lips, the walls shimmered with filigree, so fine it looked like etching on ancient metal. The creases glowed, a faint blue that shifted to green with a breathing rhythm. Inhale, slow hold, exhale. The color changes were subtle but undeniable, synchronized up and down the fracture, as if the rock itself drew breath. At one lip, a congregation hung like stacked coins, flattened, disc-shaped bodies layered in overlapping rows. When they rotated, they produced microcurrents, not chaotic sputtering, but a practiced choreography of eddies that bent plankton and flocculent detritus into spirals on command. The divers hovered and tried to map the movement in silence. The discs moved in sequences, calibrating speed to particle size, shaping flows that caught shells, carcass fragments, twigs of kelp, and something else, pale nodules that pulsed faintly with a life the instruments could not fully read. They tested the eddies with a gloved hand, prodding gently into a spiral to see whether the choreography would dissolve. The spirals tightened, reorganized, and steered their captured nodules toward a larger aperture carved into the canyon floor. The aperture was not an obvious hole but a lined portal, concentric rings of darker stone leading to a throat that read as alternately soft and resonant. The nodules slid in like slow pearls. The aperture accepted them and closed with quiet implacability. At the surface, the only visible echo of that acceptance was a thin dimming of the wall's filigree glow. A sigh registered as a small delta in spectral intensity, but enough to make the technicians on watch go very still. The economy of the canyon made people uneasy. There was no frenzy, no predatory rush. There was selection, collection, and secure storage. Probes lowered into the aperture reported a strange intermittence, readings that oscillated between solid impedance and near void, a thermograph that registered a narrow cold spike and then smeared back into ambient. The devices came back intact, with logs showing none of the heat or chemical exhaust you'd expect if matter were being consumed in the common sense. If anything, energy budgets suggested slow insulation and long-term retention. When a diver tried to pick up a nodule, the encounter turned intimate and immediate. Fingers met surface that yielded like cartilage, soft, compliant, and the grasp snapped back with something like memory. When the hand tried to remove the nodule, it resisted and then released in a single pulse. The nodule emitted a tone that no hydrophone recorded as sound, but everyone at depth felt as a frequency in bone and tooth. The frequency did not travel as waves do in water. It entered rather than propagated, a focused impression. The discs synchronized their rotation in tighter arcs, as if tightening guard lines. When the aperture opened and accepted the nodule back, the discs relaxed. On deck, analysts watched slow spectral changes and labeled them as odd transients. The divers wrote the rest in margin notes. Video shows only water and particulate dancing. The human reports supply the choreography's intent and the tactile memory. One researcher formulated a model in a late-night whiteboard session, a distributed intelligence realized in synchronized tissue that manipulates fluid dynamics to store matter. It is not a brain in one place. It is process distributed across many bodies, encoded in timing and flow. If the idea sounded eccentric in the fluorescent light of the lab, it read as obvious down in the canyon, where the discs moved like a community operating to provision a shared store. A final observation froze the team. While they were watching the aperture close with a last nodule, the entire canyon's glow dimmed fractionally, and then returned. It felt less like consumption than reservation. The canyon had added to its stores, and in doing so, altered its internal state. The private file's last annotation is a line people repeat in hallways now. They do not hunt. They harvest attention. We are both the crop and the witness. The canyon was left off public charts. Among divers who read the note, there is an instinctual avoidance, less fear than respect, as if the place could not be collected in boxes, but must be observed from a distance and with care. They scheduled a second run months later, but the team approached differently. No cutting gear, no intrusive grabs, a suite of soft sensors and timed deployments. Instead of the blunt instrument of trawls and corers, they brought delicate drifters, sub-millimeter probes, designed to ride eddies and return data about torque, vorticity, and micropressure fields. The discs welcomed the experiment by altering their choreography to test the arrivals. The eddies formed narrower spirals and redirected microcurrents to impart gentle accelerations to the drifters, a soft education, learn to ride with us. The drifters returned sequences of surprising complexity. The eddies exhibited both spatial and temporal patterning, phase-locked rotations, nested vortices, pulse trains that modulated in frequency and amplitude. The team realized the disk's rotations encoded rules of assembly. The spirals did not simply gather anything, they sorted, refined and packaged. Fine particles moved to certain nodes where microchemistry altered composition. Larger fragments were excluded or directed into other flows. The nodule capture was the end of a process involving selection and conversion that could last hours. The canyon's economy was slow and selective, not opportunistic. In situ chemical microprobes showed that nodules accepted into the aperture left a transient imprint, local oxygen exchange patterns altered, and rare metabolites, short-lived organics, spiked then decayed. The metabolites were not typical products of rapid decomposition or microbial bloom, but suggested controlled enzymatic transformation. The canyon did not merely store detritus, it conditioned it. The hypothesis developed in hushed argument that the aperture functioned like a cellar, things were placed transformed by quiet processes, and kept until some trigger released them as nutrient parcels or structural material. The disk's collective intelligence, if such a term is permitted, emerged from synchrony, rather than from hierarchy. There was no large central body calling the shots, instead rotation rates, phase differences, and local eddy geometry together created a computation that sorted and decided. When the divers attempted again, tentatively, to remove a nodule, the resistance they felt seemed to be more than physical. A localized wave of rotation shifted to oppose extraction. The nodule's tone we could not record returned as a felt resonance against the jawbone and sternum. The lesson was clear: removal provoked communal defense of the store, but the response was measured, not punitive. The aperture did not defend its stores by crushing intruders, it reasserted custody. There were other behavioral curiosities. When the team gently repeated certain rotation sequences via water jet nudges, the discs took the rhythm and used it to rearrange how they captured matter, a kind of taught syntax. The canyon could accept pattern input and integrate it into its choreography. The divers learned, with a creeping unease, that the site did not merely react, it learned. A small roughly timed pulse introduced in the first hour would later return carried in the eddy signature and used as a delimiter for packaging cycles. In short, the canyon's community remembered. The implications unsettled ecology and ethics alike. If distributed tissue can learn and store matter, who, if anyone owns the store? Is it simply an ecological niche? Or is it a system deserving of protection, because it encodes experience? The team's ethicist argued for preservation. The technical lead agreed but also worried about the human impulse to extract. The canyon's economy required patience and respect, not only because the aperture's processes were slow, but because the canyon had its own way of evaluating attention. The thin blue filigree on the walls pulsed like a living metronome. When the team left, and nobody took samples that would survive the surface, the private file repeated one caution: observe. Do not take. As follow-ups broadened, a pattern emerged. The canyon wasn't an isolated oddity, but a node in an archipelago of function. Remote sensing found similar tiny grooves in other trenches where currents allowed slow accretion. But the canyon's congregation remained unique in its scale and its willingness to engage. Subsequent dives used non-invasive cameras and soft manipulators to map not only the disk congregation, but the wider community of organisms it associated with. Small filter tiers that settled at the edges to process overflow, scavenging worms that arrived precisely when a particular packaging cycle opened and left after the harvest, and sessile borers that decorated the aperture's lip in repeating rows. Social structures emerged from observation. Disks adjusted rotation speed when certain scavengers were present, Tubes at the aperture's mouth opened only when a proper pressure threshold was met. Pulses emitted by the nodules at capture measured as low-frequency cues coordinated timing across the congregation. The community's activity was choreographed, not by hunger, but by a resource management plan. Gather slowly, process slowly, and release in controlled pulses aligned with broader ecological events like nearby seasonal blooms or migrations. The canyon functioned as a provisioning system, not for short-term feeding but for long-term ecological provisioning. The metaphor that circulated among the team, and which some researchers later used in grant proposals, likened the canyon to a cellar or a granary. But the metaphor is imperfect. This cellar is sensate and participatory. It learns what visitors bring and alters its procedures accordingly. An uneasy anthropomorphism crept in. The canyon did not merely hold matter, it curated it, and in curation it rewrote its own choreography. The more the team watched, the more apparent it became that the discs were not passive organs but active participants in a communal economy that bound organism and substrate into a functional whole. One evening, after the lights were down, and only the lab's phosphors hummed, a young postdoc whispered a note that would be copied into the private file. They choreograph water as people choreograph hands. In the years since, that sentence has circulated in quiet conferences, sometimes to eye rolls, sometimes to nods. The canyon remains off general charts, but in the minds of those who saw it, it has become a parable. Not all intelligence looks like a brain. Some intelligence is choreography and patience, the slow management of currents and particles into long-term store, and the choice about who may take and when. The canyon had made such choices long before we dropped our cameras into its throat. The congregation of mirrors hangs like a mosaic in relief along a vertical escarpment, where the canyon wall rises sheer and impossible. From a distance it reads as plating, thousands upon thousands of thin plate-like structures, tessellated in overlapping arrays that catch a diver's light and fracture it into a shimmer. Up close the shimmer resolves into images, but not ordinary reflections. Each plate is a micro-display of memory, a short scene, a single past moment, flickering and fading like a memory fragment. The content is not random, it is unsettlingly personal. A diver who had not spoken of his mother in years peered at a plate and saw a small domestic scene, a woman humming at a sink, fingers busy over a bowl, sunlight on the table, a scene he had tucked away and not visited in decades. Another plate showed a ship's bell, swinging once in thick slow motion, the metal glinting with sea spray. The plates never stitched coherent film. They offered fragments, a smell of a place, a snap of a laugh, a single chord held out in air. When divers moved away, the images dissolved, and memory of the image itself blurred. The boundary between something remembered and something prompted grew unstable. The plates do not play back objective recordings. They seem to select images that resonate with the viewer's inner life. Watching the plates is a risk. One diver broke eye contact and found, odd and disconcerting, that he could not tell whether the face he had carried for years belonged to him or to the plate's suggestion. The experience lasted beyond the dive. After surfacing, some members of the team found their memories rewritten with details that had been suggested underwater. The phenomenon forced a philosophical question into a purely practical research log. What does it mean when an environment can suggest memory? Anchoring the plates to the rock are filaments like roots, pale strands that vanish into fissures and re-emerge in slivers along the escarpment. The filaments feed the plates and perhaps read from them. They carry not only structure but pulse. The more the divers watched the plates, the more the plates synchronized. Independent images overlapped and formed composite sequences, a feeding aggregation, a long-past survey landing, other divers staking claims in different locations. At one chilling moment, the composite displayed a cast of figures the present team did not recognize, moving purposefully, planting new plates in a location the divers had yet to see. It felt less like memory than like archive rehearsal. The congregation keeps records and then performs them for visitors. Attempts to sample a plate failed because the plates resist physical removal. When researchers tried to unhook a plate, the filament withdrew, and the plate slowed into a slurry that would not adhere to nets. When lifted into the light of the surface the slurry turned to powder and dissolved within hours. The only durable traces were impressions left in the plating's micro-roughness and the fragments of memory in divers' reports. Field samples fouled instruments, DNA reads returned inconsistent traces, and chemical assays flattened the experience into ratios no one liked to read aloud. The congregation's behavior suggested archival intent rather than feeding. It stored impressions, curated them, and when visitors arrived, it staged memory like a museum reopening a hall. The plates stitched fragments into narratives, scenes of feeding, of gathering, of arrivals and departures. The largest composite they ever saw depicted figures, planting plates in another place, a different wall, perhaps a migration of the archive itself. The thought that the congregation might seed memory across the seascape, moving plates and planting narratives, where others might read them, felt like the work of an institution older than human curiosity. The divers in private stopped calling it a mirror. Mirrors reflect what is shown, these plates suggested, curated, and sometimes edited. They were feeding the visitors a template of forgetting and remembering, and in the process became a living social archive. The private notes condensed the unease. They keep what we cannot keep for ourselves. They show us our own forgetting. The wall of plates is an organism that eats not flesh but history. It answers visitation with fragments meant to be assembled later by the mind. Where science demands samples, the plates refuse and give back only impressions, and the team left with slivers of borrowed memory that would not always return to their rightful owners. The initial encounter shifted the team into a stance midway between reverence and protocol. If the congregation recorded and prompted memory, the work had to change. Cameras would no longer be the first line. Soft non-visual probes would gather environmental data, while the team learned etiquette. Do not stare long, avoid repetitive gestures, allow the plates to present rather than prod. In practice this meant slow approaches, minimal light, and a schedule that matched the plate's own rhythms. Early morning dives to align with their natural cycles. As the team spent more time, patterns of selection emerged. The plates did not replay any visitor's full life. They offered shards that resonated with recent experiences and major emotional salience. A plate would show a face from decades ago, while another would show a rehearsal of tasks, hands tethering lines, a ledger of tags, scenes that read like records of work. The congregation seemed focused on moments of exchange, feeding, seeding, collaborative labor. Scientists hypothesized the plates functioned as social memory for a community that passed knowledge via archival images, rather than centralized instructions. Filaments under the plates revealed complexity when examined with microendoscopes, bundled capillaries interleaved with mineralized filaments, a tissue that looked as much connective as nervous. The filaments pulsed faintly with ionic gradients, and microelectrodes registered slow potentials that pulled in phase across lengths of rock. The plates were not inert displays, they were electrically coupled and perhaps communicative. When one plate's image shifted, pulses ran across filaments and small changes registered in nearby plates. The wall functioned as a distributed medium, nerve likeness and library in one. The wall also rehearsed narratives with a purpose. Composite sequences sometimes ended not in closure, but in an invitation, images of hands planting plates, people walking past with notations, trunks filled with collected nodules, a map of paths. The divers watched a sequence where a spread of plates in one canyon showed visitors arriving, then a later composite displayed those visitors returning to another wall, placing similar plates there. It read like replication. The plates teach how to build their own archive. The unsettling implication: the congregation not only records memory, but propagates it across the seascape, seeding culture in a slow, distributed way. Attempts to read the plates as objective data met continued friction. The images were subjective by nature, tailored to the viewer's memory center. But the composite feels, when many plates synchronized, yielded something closer to objective history. Repeated sequences that showed the same communal events from multiple viewpoints. Analysts tried cross-correlating images across divers' reports to triangulate a likely set of events. The work was slow and uncertain, but the recurring motifs, planting, harvesting, lighting filigree, formed a corpus that read like ritualized practice. There were darker moments. An individual who had grown too curious tried forcibly to remove a plate in a later mission, contravening the team's etiquette. The plate's filament thinned and retracted as if in pain. The plate slowed into slurry, and the diver reported a hollow in the chest, like permission withdrawn. Following that incident, the team convened a review board and wrote new rules. No plate removed, no pattern forced. Observe, and if possible reciprocate. The congregation's archive had rules that did not map to human law but to a social contract they were beginning to perceive. The plates altered how the team thought of memory and conservation. To take a plate physically was to destroy a node in a social archive. To look too long risked receiving and borrowing memories not your own. The private margins recorded new reflections. Perhaps some forms of knowledge in the deep are non-transferable by extraction. They must be witnessed and reciprocated. The wall of plates remained, where observed a living library that consumed sensory attention and returned curated recollection. Its keepers, if that term applies, asked for gestures of care, and yielded only what they chose. The divers left with images that would not all settle back into their original owners, and with a new humility about the ethics of collecting in a world that archives more than biomass. Time and funding allowed for a final observational season, focused on the congregation's life cycle and propagation. The team tracked plate slowing events and mapped where slowed plates reappeared. Sometimes they were reattached nearby, sometimes carried by currents to distant walls and taken up there as seed plates. The congregation did not hoard, it redistributed. A plate's departure often coincided with a composite rehearsal where new plates were formed in the place of the old, a renewal rather than decay. Analysis found filaments capable of both structural mineralization and soft conduction. The congregation had engineered a hybrid materiality that could both hold catalyzed chemical signatures and carry information via ionic waves. Laboratory simulations could replicate fragments of the filament structure under pressure, but they could not replicate the plate's subjective selection, the way a plate chose a fragment of a visitor's life to display. That remained a black box, engineering plus curation in equal parts. Ethically, the team formalized rules that now govern access to the wall: minimal light, no physical removal, a mandatory period of silence before observation, and a ritual of reciprocation. Divers leave small, innocuous sequences of sound or slight mapped patterns that the plates can integrate if they wish. In adopting this protocol, the human visitors became participants in the congregation's life rather than extractors. The exchange matured from curiosity to mutual respect, and although the plates do not grant consent in the human sense, the community's rhythms now shape who may enter as witness. The congregation's ultimate lesson was not an answer to the question of whether the deep remembers more than we do, but an invitation to alter our methods. Where we once sought specimens, we now practice stewardship. The plates record what we forget. They rehearse what we cannot keep. For the divers who made the pilgrimage, the wall changed how they think of fieldwork, from collecting samples toward attending, learning, and accepting that some archives cannot be ported across air without losing their soul. The final private annotation in the team's closed file reads, "They keep what we cannot keep for ourselves. They show us our own forgetting. It is both a transcription and a warning." The congregation of mirrors does not simply reflect our image back, it curates our interior life, choosing fragments to hand back at its discretion. We go there to be seen, and in being seen we become part of an archive older and stranger than any ledger we might write. The plates will remain on their wall, and those who visit will bear, for as long as memory allows, the borrowed fragments of a world that records differently than we do. The last extended account here concerns an amphitheatre of soft tissue rising from the seafloor like a collapsed cathedral. It was composed of layers upon layers of membranous folds, each band corrugated with small cavities. At first glance, the structure resembled an enormous lung or bellows, and when the team approached, the folds gently flexed, exhaling a current that smelled faintly metallic. On return to the surface, soft samples. The cavities were lined with tiny cilia that oscillated in complex sequences, producing microflows tuned to trap microscopic life. What startled the divers was the amphitheater's modulation of time. Minute intervals within the folds ran at a slightly different rate than the surrounding water. A plankton bloom, caught in the ciliary traps, appeared to age within minutes, its pigments shifting color and its cells collapsing into nutrient packets. The amphitheater thus operated as a time-based concentrator, accelerating certain processes locally to harvest what would otherwise remain too diffuse to exploit. It converted slow chemical gradients into manageable packets. The implication was staggering. An organism that manipulates the pacing of chemical and biological processes at microscales. Even more unsettling was its apparent sensitivity to intention. When a probe approached the rim, the cilia slowed in anticipation, then redirected a flow that nudged the probe aside, rather than toward ingestion. The amphitheater did not react aggressively, it adjusted. A researcher later suggested the structure discriminated between accidental presence and intentional approach, modulating its behavior accordingly. The divers found this unnerving. They felt assessed. Samples taken from the ciliary lining decayed into unidentifiable compounds within hours. Microscopy showed ordered lattices that disintegrated in oxygen. The only reliable evidence was sequence and behavior, the amphitheater's ability to harvest microlife by temporarily concentrating it, and its capacity to choose when to close and when to redirect. One log closed with a notation that read like a question: if time can be bent to feed, what else can be bent to teach? When they left the amphitheater behind and rose through layers that slowly restored expected physics, everyone carried a single unspoken thought: these regions do not merely shelter organisms, they host entities that manage processes, memory, attention, time, and flow, as functions. They are not predatory in any simple sense. They cultivate, they archive, they farm sensation, and each of those purposes is indistinguishable from intelligence. The records end there, and the water closes over them, leaving us to decide whether to return. We slide onward without a marker on the map. The water changes, thinner now in a way that cannot be reduced to temperature or salinity. Below, new orders of living form and behave like systems rather than solitary animals. The notes that follow were recorded in sequence. Read them as continuous evidence of how the deep alters expectation. They found the field by following a current that refused to be traced. From a distance it looked like a meadow of pale tufts, low and regular, the kind of texture seen where soft organisms carpet the floor. On approach, the tufts revealed themselves as flowers of pressure, bell-shaped organs anchored by tough stalks, their bells sealed tight like gloved hands. When a diver nudged one, the bell opened and exhaled not water, but a column of minute, optically active spheres, each no bigger than a grain of rice. The spheres shimmered with interior structure and drifted away on invisible eddies. The collection behavior was immediate. A ring of neighboring stalks rotated a fraction, their bells tilting to capture the spheres in coordinated funnels. The captured spheres did not dissolve. They clustered into denser globs and were carried inward along channels formed by flexible walls. The walls, tissue, not rock, moved with slow machinic rhythm, closing and opening like valves. The effect was neither predation nor passive filtration. It was curation. The meadow sorted, concentrated, and stored suspended matter into units that then changed state. What the divers could not record was the feeling that came with proximity. Memory, or a flash that could be called memory, brushed one diver when a sphere slipped too near his visor. An image of a shoreline from a childhood he could not recall living, a single afternoon sun in a book he had read decades earlier. The experience was private and immediate. It did not register on audio or video. He swore the meadow had offered him a glimpse, not of its own life, but of his attempts to sample the spheres failed. Each time a net closed around a handful, the cluster desiccated into a fine dust that dissolved on contact with air. Chemical analysis later found ephemeral organics that could not be preserved long enough for structural study. Instruments that touched the valves measured only compliant resistance, yet the tissue responded by rearranging its channels almost apologetically, as if to repair the interruption. The organization of the meadow suggested pattern. Some stalks acted as collectors, some as concentrators, some as slow pulpers that transformed spheres into long filaments later wound into tougher fibers. Occasionally a larger blossom, an umbrella of tissue broader than a human torso, unfurled, casting a slow shadow. When it collapsed, the field swelled like a tide, and reformed with new arrangements. The divers learned to wait like observers at a ceremony, not stillness but a measured patience, as if the place thought in cycles longer than a dive. The meadow did not flee when confronted. It adjusted strategy and continued collecting. The divers left with no sample, only impressions and a single note. It arranged small things into meaning. It asked nothing of us but presence. In the archive that file is marked a typical, a living system that performs ecology as composition, building and curating ephemeral artifacts that elude capture. We are still listening for the rhythm of its sorting. Beyond the field, the wall opened into a narrow canyon whose sides were not stone, but sheets of translucent tissue, stretched taut between clefts. These curtains vibrated in slow infrasound tremors, and were covered in tiny conical mouths that opened and closed like orchids. Each mouth exhaled microbubbles, laden with patterns of microorganisms. The mouths never closed at once. Instead, groups worked in sequence, their exhalations forming a choreography of rising columns and sinking veils. The canyon's centerpiece was a mobile array of plates that hung like scales, but between an animal and a machine, each plate a thin calcified membrane, suspended on filaments of connective tissue. When the divers swam near, the array rotated as a single field, orienting not to light or mass, but to the cadence of human breath. The plates turned, presenting different facets, and for a fraction of time, producing overlapping echoes that coalesced into harmonic intervals. The intervals had no match in natural catalogues. Their overtone structure interfered with sonar pings, created phantom silhouettes on acoustic displays. An experiment was attempted. One diver exhaled deliberately into the canyon, a long measured-out breath. The array responded, plates rotated faster, and a chorus of tiny mouths along the curtains synchronized to the beat. The resulting microbubble firings arranged themselves into a lattice that, when traced by a dissolving dye, drew geometric diagrams in the water. As they watched, the diagrams assembled, then collapsed like ephemeral script. The divers tried to decode meaning, but the patterns were not symbolic in any human sense. They were procedural, instructions for the canyon's mechanics to isolate certain micropackets, to stitch flows together, to seed the rims with nutrient-rich beads. A researcher later speculated that the canyon functioned as a living factory, an organism using coordinated ultrastructures to sculpt microenvironments. The plates, the mouths, the filaments, none acted alone. Their behavior implied a shared governance, a protocol for handling material. The canyon did not seize food in the frenzy of a predator. It performed economy, directing flows, separating, bundling, feeding particular zones. When the divers withdrew, the plates slowed, and the mouths sealed. The canyon resumed a semblance of sleep. Video showed curtains and shadows. Written testimony carried the rest. One margin line read, "They do not communicate in words. They set the world to work and watch the result." This place taught the team that competence in the deep may look like industry rather than motion. In a trench that curved like a closed question, the team discovered a congregation of broad, flat organisms that lay folded like fabric. They called them quilts in the notes, because when they unfurled their surfaces shimmered with minute, coordinated undulations that resembled handwriting. The quilts drifted a meter off the bottom, and periodically wrapped themselves around columns of slow water. When enclosed, the water inside would still, becoming a suspended volume where plankton settled and breakdown accelerated. The quilts functioned as living incubators. Microbial communities inside the enclosed waters matured at accelerated rates. Pigments changed, enzymes unfolded, decay proceeded more swiftly than outside. It was as though the quilts locally increased reaction rates, concentrating chemical gradients to reveal processes hidden on larger timescales. But their effect was selective. When the divers brushed a quilt edge, it stiffened and redirected the flow, letting harmless aggregates pass while corralling denser packets into its fold. Several of the quilts bore small, darker nodes across their undersides. These nodes pulsed with a slow light visible only through the divers' masks, and each pulse corresponded with a change in the internal chemistry recorded by probes. The nodes appeared to be active centers, catalytic hubs that managed transformation inside the quilt. Attempts to detach a node failed. When pried, the tissue around it contracted, and the node migrated deeper. The divers hypothesized that the quilts were modular, a matrix of processing units that could move along the organism's surface to reshape function as resources shifted. The social behavior of quilts was notable. When a competitor organism, a long-branched rack, drifted nearby, quilts responded by rearranging their folds to shield their nodes, then released filaments that entangled the intruder and stripped it of surface microbes. This showed not only individual response but defense protocol. The deep here practiced ecological engineering. Organisms adjusted local physics to create conditions favorable to their life, converting dilute inputs into concentrated outcomes. One diver who had lingered too close to a quilt's edge returned shaken. He reported a sequence of images that arrived unbidden, not memories exactly, but problem fragments, a schematic of folds, connections, and token flows. He sketched them later. The drawings were technical and not symbolic. They looked like diagrams of processes. The archives now hold those sketches. They look less like art than like operating manuals for living machines. The last record in this block describes a cathedral of tendrils rising from a basin. The tendrils were dense, flexible, and each terminated in a fan of minute cilia that spelled out currents with exquisite gradation. When the team hovered above, they watched the tendrils arrange themselves into concentric rings that functioned as acoustic lenses. Sounds, the creak of a cable, a diver's cough, were bent, focused, and redirected across the basin. The ringed array could harvest low-frequency noise and concentrate it into a point where tissue precipitated small, compact nutrient bodies. This was not predation by biting or engulfment. It was acoustic husbandry. The tendrils modified the soundscape to shepherd particulate aggregations toward harvesting points. In tests, the divers produced clicks and whistles at various pitches and recorded how the tendrils reconfigured their rings to catch disparate frequencies. At some frequencies the rings scattered, while at others they focused the energy so precisely that instruments recorded microcavitation events, tiny bubbles forming and collapsing that released local heat and accelerated molecular reactions. The tendrils turned sound into mechanical work. Perhaps most unnerving was the tendrils' awareness of pattern. When an irregular sound, a diver's panicked shout, struck the array, the tendrils did not merely focus it. They modulated the shout, tempering its violence, folding it into pleasant intervals that then propagated outward. It was as if the tendrils judged signals and sometimes chose to transform them, not to silence but to normalize. The divers emerged with guided recordings. Playback produced harmonics they had not made. The basin had edited their noise. Samples taken from the tendril surfaces resisted classification, dissolving under laboratory conditions. The return files emphasize behavior over matter, rings that concentrate sound to harvest, tendrils that convert vocal chaos into harvestable energy, and an intelligence that treats acoustic space as commodity. One final note. Here the sea turns what we make into sustenance. Even our fear becomes feed. The water closed, and the record ended. We push forward without signposting on charts. Just a shift in how the water feels against the hull and the records that follow. These 4 extended encounters were recorded in sequence. Read them as contiguous notes from a region that redefines what the deep can do. They slid into the depression like guests entering a room they had never been invited to. The contour of the place was ambiguous. A broad, shallow hollow ringed with low ribs. Between those ribs lay soft tissue banks patterned with holes the size of saucers. At first the openings seemed idle, mere shelters. Within minutes the team realized they were functional units, valves, each exposed to currents and tuned to collect the settling detritus of the plane. When the first probe neared, the nearest valve parted with a quiet rhythm and drew a filament of suspended matter inward. The action propagated along the ring, valves opening and closing in a wave that looked almost ritual. The process repeated across units in choreography that was neither reflex nor random. Transparent membranes retracted and folded, exposing inner lattices where modules of tissue recombined. Microassemblies fused into denser bodies that the field later released as drift bundles. Those exports did not look like ordinary biomass. They were agglomerates with organized microstructure, bundles that clung together long enough to be carried to neighboring pockets before dissolving into nutrient pulses. The depressions did not simply filter, they refined. Sampling proved nearly impossible. Nets closed around an export, and the bundle collapsed into powder that dissolved in minutes, leaving a faint isotopic fingerprint and little else. Tissue samples from valves degraded within hours. Microscopy revealed ordered microstructures that disintegrated once exposed to air. Yet behavioral data was consistent. This community curated incoming material and redistributed it, doing so with variability that suggested purpose. Patterns repeated in cycles, then shifted in predictable ways when the team altered their approach. Curiosity turned to experiment. Divers approached with different velocities and rhythms. Quick jabs, deliberate advances, long, cautious pauses. The valves adjusted. Quick, abrupt approaches triggered defensive closures. Slow motion altered intake timing, and the composition of exported bundles. After repeated trials, a subtle history emerged. The depression was not merely reactive. It adapted to the pattern of intrusion, altering thresholds and sequencing. The team debated whether this constituted learning or a form of anticipatory physiology. Either way, it demanded a new protocol. The interaction produced effects beyond biomechanics. One diver lingering near a valve experienced an involuntary flash, a vivid image of a childhood shoreline he had not thought of in years. Cameras and hydrophones captured nothing to account for it. Others reported similar episodes, a fragment of music, the sensation of a particular weather on land. These were private impressions, immediate and uncatalogued by instruments, and they recurred enough to suggest the depressions transmitted impressions as easily as they transmitted matter. More intriguing was the field's management of relics. Exported bundles that came to rest formed temporary mosaics on the floor. Subsequent cycles either incorporated these relics or left them as seed points. The divers speculated such relics could act as spatial memory or signaling sites. In one observation, a curved line of bundles oriented toward a deeper trench. Following that line days later revealed another deposit built upon the first. The structure thus created persistent, evolving marks, a slow language of matter. The team withdrew with fewer samples and more questions. The log closed with a methodological note and something like a reverence. Patience, they wrote, is currency here. The hollows traded in time and rhythm, not shock and speed. To interact with them demanded adjustment. Slow approach, measured presence, and an acceptance that not every encounter yields a specimen. The final margin reads, "We were measured in slow beats and found wanting." The field remained reorganizing itself in cycles that would outlast their watches. They followed a gradient where light behaved oddly, and found a field of moving shadow. At first it read as simple darkness, as if a cloud had passed across a moonless stretch. Then the darkness separated into discrete bands, curtains of shade that slid sideways, like shoals. The divers labeled them ombre, because nothing else described them. The bands weren't cast by any physical body, and yet they held sharp edge and internal ordering. The ombre behaved like schools. They traveled in coordination, folding into sheets that could lie flat, and then balloon into volumes that hovered like columns of ink. Nothing within an umbra reflected light normally. Imaging systems returned null scans. Passing through a curtain produced a brief loss of definition on camera, and on personal report, sensations that resembled tactile déjà vu. One diver reached into a curtain, and afterward described the impression of having held something heavy, a bodily memory that had no correlate in recorded footage. The curtains appeared capable of mimicry. At times a curtain shaped itself into a rough silhouette, a fin, a limb, something approximating a human outline, held that form for a heartbeat, then dissolved. Observers felt less like witnesses, and more like participants in a test. When a diver hummed a simple tone, the ombre tightened their edges in time. When the team flashed laborious light patterns, the curtains responded with large-scale folding that propagated across the field. Sonar and light grids registered contradictions. Sensors detected photons and echoes, where the curtains made apparent absence. The result was a negative portrait. Presence created by removing the visible. Prolonged exposure had consequences. One team member who spent extended time near a dense congregation reported a subtle shift in perception. Straight lines appeared slightly bent afterward, and time felt margined by an odd lag. Tests aboard ship recorded transient anomalies in temporal binding, not injury, but a measurable change in how simultaneity was perceived. The medical officer could not explain it, noting only correlation. The deeper the immersion in umbre, the greater the misalignment in sensory integration. Why would a living system manipulate absence rather than light? The team suggested communication. In a domain where photons and pressure waves are unreliable, shaping negative space offers a robust channel. By sculpting shadow, the umbre may craft silhouettes meaningful to each other, and perhaps to other classes of organism that read form rather than brightness. More disquieting, the curtains can provoke memory. They do not physically touch, yet they tug at recollection, suggesting a bandwidth that includes cognitive triggers. The field resisted sampling, nets snagged nothing, probes returned only interference artifacts. Post-processing occasionally revealed vector-like edges, as if the curtains cast shapes in a plane our cameras could not normally read. The private note the divers left is terse. They sculpt absence into form and draw us across its outline. The umbre remain a community that prefers to converse in subtractions and to test those who attempt to enter their dark. They found the bloom by following faint chemical gradients. From a distance it looked like a low hill covered with lobes. As the team approached, the lobes unfurled into sacs and sheaths that overlapped like the petals of an enormous slow flower. The bloom cycled in periods of hours. Sacs inflated, exhaled a velvety mist, then collapsed. The mist was not simple dissolved organics, but a suspension of colloids and macromolecular complexes that altered light scattering and local chemistry. Within the mist, processes ran faster. Plankton pigments shifted, microbial mats altered composition, and enzymatic reactions accelerated in ways that diffusion alone could not explain. The bloom effectively engineered pockets of accelerated chemistry, and then harvested the results. The divers observed aggregated masses, whose textures suggested deliberate transformation, material refined by time into more useful states. When probes attempted to sample the mist, the particle matrices sheathed instruments, and then relaxed, ejecting the probes gently, as if to test their intent. Exposure induced cognitive after effects. Several team members reported brief, dreamlike sequences during and after exposure, images and sensations that were vivid and oddly communal. A vignette, a child on a wet dock, recurred across multiple divers, though none had shared such a memory before the dive. Preliminary lab tests hinted that molecules contained in the mist could stimulate neural tissue non-specifically, but the evidence was not conclusive. The safer conclusion: the bloom manipulates chemistry in ways that change perception, perhaps to recruit or condition organisms to particular behaviors. The bloom judged intruders. Exploratory, curious approaches elicited sac openings timed to the diver's breathing. Aggressive moves produced closure and withdrawal. It behaved as if it could assess intent and modulate its display accordingly. When the divers left, the bloom collapsed into a mound and the mist faded like coastal fog. The final note is a caution. The bloom composes chemistry to alter experience. It is at once artisan and technician, shaping matter and mood in service of a life strategy we had not imagined. They discovered a ribboned current, a flowing string that carried particulate beads in bead-like packets. Release experiments showed the ribbon did not transport debris randomly. It organized matter into discrete vortices that behaved like message packets. Each vortex entrained particular particulate classes and shed them into downstream pockets, where resident assemblages of comb-like filters captured and processed the material. The whole system read as engineered: collection, conveyor, transformation, and redistribution. When the team induced patterned perturbations, timed puffs, rhythmic thruster pulses, the ribbon adapted. Vortices altered their timing to incorporate the new rhythm, and downstream pockets reacted by changing comb spacing. The feedback loop suggested the ribbon and its readers formed a distributed network that used particulate flows to encode information. In effect, the community packetized material and sent it with mechanical redundancy so that messages might survive the noise of deep water. Experimental injections were instructive and alarming. Novel sequences could be accepted and propagated, resulting in construction of transient filamental lattices far downstream. On one test, the ribbon redirected heavier loads toward a site where organisms quickly built a scaffold and began processing the matter into dense bodies. The researchers realized their interventions were akin to teaching a sentence to a language community. Responses altered the ecology. Ethical questions followed fast. When do we have the right to send patterns into a living flow that will act on them? Technical sampling remained difficult. Beads disintegrated under decompression, and their internal order was visible only in situ at high frames per second. Still, analysis revealed that the deep can employ mechanical encoding as a robust fault-tolerant method of communication. The log closed with a warning and a proverb-like line. We learned to speak to a river and found it already speaking back. Some currents do not carry fish, they carry grammar. The ribbon continues unseen to anyone above who lacks a slow way of listening. We move on without a charted signpost. The water's temperament shifts again, and the notes tighten into longer, stranger observations. Below are 4 extended records gathered in sequence from that sweep, sustained encounters with systems that do not resemble known life so much as engineered ecologies. Read them as continuous evidence of the deep rearranging itself around functions we barely name. They called the field a harp, because the first impression was sound stretched across distance. A swath of the plain had been threaded with filaments no thicker than hair, yet visible as a faint lattice when lamps grazed them at grazing angle. The lines ran for hundreds of meters between low spines in the silt, taut as if tensioned by some slow mechanic. When the team hovered above and a current brushed the grid, the filaments sang, not a single note but a tight spectrum of infrasonic tones, each one carrying a subharmonic that vibrated through bone. The sound was felt more than heard. It moved in the ribs, a climbing pressure that made chest cavities resonate. Instrument logs showed frequency bands that lay below the normal detection range of the hydrophones, infrasound that sensors registered only when calibrated to a special band. The waveform was structured, repeating cycles with nested modulation. Engineers ran a spectrum analysis and found a stable carrier with sidebands that altered in complex sequences, patterns, not noise. Attempts to replicate the field mechanically produced nothing comparable. The lattices' tones were not simply byproducts of environmental motion, they were organized with intent. When a diver extended a titanium pole into the framework, the filaments did not snap. Instead, they shifted phase and a small bundle of filaments wove around the pole, dampening its motion as though testing contact. That dampening was measured differently by instruments than by the diver's perception. Accelerometers in the pole recorded negligible displacement. The diver felt heavy, as if the pole had gained mass. The field's active response appeared to be targeted at attention rather than at force. It reconfigured to accommodate intrusion, and in doing so introduced a pattern that was later heard faintly in the diver's dreams. Multiple crew members later reported the same image on ascent sequences of rope and bell, a child's threshold they could not explain. The narrative felt curiously personal. The harp seemed to read something in proximity and to return a fragment in kind. Attempts to collect a segment failed. When a net closed, filaments slipped through mesh like water through a sieve. When a cutting blade approached, the lattice folded inward, and the filament group compacted into a dense node that released a mist. Chemical analysis of that mist returned inorganic salts mingled with complex organics that degraded within hours. Whatever biochemistry sustained the filaments refused long-term preservation. The only durable record was the waveform, a repeating signal archived for study. Playback at low speeds produced the same subsonic sensation, At normal speed it manifested as a modulation that interfered with compass sensors and introduced a microphase shift in timing circuits. Scientists proposed hypotheses: a community built around piezoelectric fibers that convert slow mechanical energy into organized vibrational fields, an emergent structure that uses infrasound to coordinate distant components of a distributed organism. Others suggested a communicative function: the lattices tones encode state, perhaps seasonal abundance or movement intentions. What unsettled the divers most, however, was the perceptual exchange. There was an impression that the harp not only transmitted information but also collected, extracting fragments from the minds of those who approached and returning them altered, a barter of memory for proximity. The file closed with an observation handwritten in a margin: "It makes music for the bones, and in return we leave a scrap of our lives behind." Past the harp field, the basalt rose into chimneys, not of stone but of accretion, towers built like metallic trees. At a glance they looked like mineral spires, colonized by crusts, but under the beam they shimmered with metallic luster. Iron, copper, and other heavier elements concentrated into layered strata. The formations rang when tapped, not brittle chiming, but deep, metallic tone. Instruments logged anomalous electromagnetic fields around each spire, low amplitude, and fluctuating in complex sequences. Compasses spun slightly when near. Small cameras experienced momentary blackout and pixel bloom. The divers found the chimneys arranged in groves, each grove linked by filaments that carried tiny pulses of current. Closer inspection revealed the chimneys themselves bore living tissue. Bands of soft, papery membrane wrapped discrete laminae of metal, and within the membranes moved rows of small, slug-like organisms that grazed the metal surfaces. These grazers secreted acids unknown to catalogues, dissolving and reprecipitating metal into filigree that strengthened the chimneys. The process looked like metallurgy at biological time: dissolution, migration, and redeposition into engineered forms. It was ecology that consumed mineral and built scaffolding. Electrical anomalies were the strangest feature. When the divers placed a grounded probe near a chimney, the probe registered discrete voltage spikes that formed a sequence. The spikes correlated with a faint harmonic in the chimney's EM field. When two probes in different groves were bridged, pulses transmitted between chimneys with negligible attenuation. The field network behaved like low-bandwidth messaging across living metal. After a prolonged observation, researchers demonstrated that stimulating a chimney with patterned current caused a change in chimney topology. Laminae extended microfilaments that wound between adjacent chimneys, consolidating the grove. The system self-reinforced. The chimneys had practical byproducts. The reprecipitated metals formed beads and nodules that the grazers encapsulated. When clusters of beads accumulated, larger organisms, slow-bodied collectors with hydraulic mouths, arrived and consumed them. Energy flowed from dissolved ore to structured metal to consumer biomass. The landscape became a factory, metal dissolved and refined into material culture the ecosystem could use. What made technicians uneasy was that the chimneys also altered local geomagnetic readings in ways that influenced animal navigation. Whale routes long tracked above these zones deviated subtly around groves. One ecologist wrote privately, "These chimneys do not only build themselves, they redirect how others move around them." Samples of the membranes and grazer secretions corroded instruments in hours. Lab tests were inconclusive. The compounds reacted with oxygen in unpredictable ways. Yet the behavioral record persisted, a distributed metallurgical ecology that engineers space and local physics to maintain a circulation of matter and signal. The divers retreated with instruments pitted and their compasses misaligned, and a single note appended to the file: "They make metal into language and call it home." Lower still, a fog developed, not a haze of plankton, but a bank of living translucence that drifted low over a trench tongue. From a distance it looked like steam, but when a diver pushed a hand through it, the sensation was of moving through finely woven tissue. Embedded in that fabric were nodal packets that opened and closed at regular intervals, like mouths exhaling microbubbles. The packets synchronized across the fog, producing a field of rhythmic clicks, audible in the higher hydrophone bands, and mapped as a lattice of temporal modulation. These organisms behaved like archivists of echo. They absorbed sonar impulses and replayed them later with deliberate delay and alteration, reconstructing sequences into composite signatures that bore resemblance to animal calls, but at shifted harmonics. The effect was to create phantom choruses, apparent gatherings of creatures that were not present, or to falsify the location of a sound source. The fog could simulate a predator's distance or fabricate a shoal where none existed. In short, it was acoustic mimicry on a massive coordinated scale. Divers experienced disorientation within the fog. Instruments placed to record directionality reported multiple false vectors. Attempts to triangulate a source produced inconsistent results. When a researcher broadcast a known whale call through a speaker, the fog re-emitted a version of that call with added harmonic layers that encoded a sequence the team later identified as a repetitive pattern, possibly a signature used by the assemblage itself. The fog did not simply conceal, it composed sound into instruction. The community's resilience was notable. Nets passed through without catching mass. Fragments sampled on retrieval degraded into a gelatinous residue that lost structure in oxygen. But audio logs preserved the manipulated chorus, and bioacousticians later detected motifs that recurred across different fields, motifs unique enough to serve as IDs. One analyst suggested these motifs function as both defense and advertisement, a way to mislead predators, and to call for particular interactions with conspecifics or symbionts. The fog might manufacture a chorus to invite a scavenger that facilitates nutrient cycling, or to distract a hunter away from nurseries. When the divers left the fog, one reported a lingering echo in his skull, a phrase of sound that returned intermittently for days. Others nodded to the same experience. The fog, in replaying sonar, appeared to take a small piece of perception from its visitors and fold it back altered, a final act of exchange. The notes closed with a line that read like a warning: "They sing the past into present and leave no track that survives our air." The last encounter in this sweep occurred on a complex of terraces where calcified fans rose like pages in a closed book. Each fan bore concentric ridges, and when the team brushed them, they heard clicks and tiny scrapes that aligned into a rhythm. At close range, the fans seemed to be a composite, not a single organism, but a scaffold colonized by innumerable small units that rasped and polished the surface. Over time, the fans accumulated layers, and those layers recorded change, periods of growth, pauses, aberrations. The divers recognized a palimpsest of sorts, an archive in calcareous strata. When a researcher placed a contact sensor against a ridge and slowly increased pressure, the ridges responded by opening micro-lattice pores along their face, releasing dust-like particles that formed lines in the water. Those lines drifted and settled into aligned filaments on nearby fans, creating patterns that matched the pressure sequence applied. It appeared the fans could encode mechanical events into their structure and then embed those encodings into neighboring surfaces. In effect, the fans wrote sequences into stone, and the sequences propagated as physical ink. The implication of this behavior was profound. Here was a substrate that stored event histories and propagated them across a community, functioning as a distributed ledger before the concept existed. Where memory is needed, the deep appears to have invented a durable, transmissible medium. Divers who traced the ridges could, with care, read segments, a rough pulse of current recorded as a band, a predator strike as a darker seam, a bloom as clustered granularity. The archive could be sampled in situ, interpreted by pattern, but when removed and placed into air, the microstructure collapsed. Preservation required the living context. The community around the fans added and altered entries. Small grazers stamped symbols by scraping. Larger animals deposited particulate marks during passage. The fans consolidated those marks into long-lived record. Researchers speculated that processes encoded in the fans could be read by other species, chemical catalysts, microtopography, or acoustic reflection that only certain receptors detect. It was a library with no librarian, an infrastructure of memory maintained by distributed labor. The divers left with a small, humbling notation in the file. We thought we were the first to keep records. The sea had already been writing for epochs we cannot hold. The terraces remained. The fans continued their slow inscriptions. The archive would outlast any expedition. We ascended with the sense of having touched a ledger that did not forget, and the uncomfortable realization that volumes of the ocean are already full of entries about us, written in a language we are only beginning to translate. We continue without a charted mark. The water's temperament shifts again, and the notes tighten into denser observation. The 4 extended records below were taken in sequence. Read them as contiguous testimony from a region that keeps its residents private, and its technologies stranger than our instruments. They slipped into a corridor that ran like a seam between 2 abyssal planes. The walls narrowed the deeper they went, and at first the tightness felt merely claustrophobic. Then the divers noticed movement within the stone itself, not eruptions or collapse, but an organized series of tiny excursions, hairline slivers that peeled outward like lashings of shell, revealing chambers behind them. From each opening a filament unspooled, pale and resilient, drifting into the corridor and collecting motes of suspended matter. Over minutes the filaments braided themselves into flexible meshes that stretched from wall to wall. The structure behaved like a loom. The filaments drew threads from the water column, proteins, mineral flakes, microscopic organisms, and wove them into planar sheets that fluttered like flags. Those sheets then buckled and folded, curling into tubular pockets that trapped and concentrated microfauna. In effect, the corridor hosted a manufacturing line. Raw particulate was harvested, woven, conditioned and converted into denser packages. The divers watched the cycle repeat with patient industry, and they realized they were not the first visitors. Old, partially mineralized sheets littered niches along the walls, layered like pages in a closed book. When a probe brushed one of the sheets, it responded not by recoiling, but by reweaving, adapting the mesh to exclude the foreign object. The interaction left no cut, only an emissive ripple that moved along the weave and then vanished. The team attempted to sample a completed package. Nets closed, tension rose, and the package dissolved into fog the moment it crossed the rim. Laboratory analysis later identified transient macromolecules that resisted preservation outside pressure. The material behaved like a recipe enacted only under abyssal conditions. There was behavior beyond sheer mechanics. At intervals, the loom structures paused and oriented their sheets toward the divers' lamps. The paper-thin flags folded inward like hands cupping light, and for a moment the corridor seemed to study the intruders. Several team members reported a sudden rush of unrelated recollection. A childhood doorway, a stranger's song, a patch of snow they had never seen. The correlation repeated among more than one crew member. When the looms observed, the human mind produced an image, private and vivid. Instruments registered no electromagnetic spike, no chemical plume, nothing that could account for the shared flash. The looms seemed to exchange matter for memory. One diver attempted a deliberate experiment. He moved slowly down the corridor, carrying no tools, only presence, and let the filaments braid across his path. The meshes accepted his motion without aggression. They altered their pattern to frame him, then drew inward and formed a cup that held a small fine-grained deposit. The deposit contained microscopic architecture, unlike anything in extant catalogues. Repeating lattices that folded into non-trivial shapes only when wetted at depth. The diver watched until the structure dissolved, leaving a residue that smelled faintly of ozone. When the crew left, the corridor smoothed behind them. The filaments retracted like blinds, and the seam closed, showing only rock. The recorded video returned footage of an empty passage. The human testimony remained, a communal manufacturing ecology that assembled particles into transient cultural goods, and then dissolved them, and a repeated exchange in which the loom's scrutiny seemed to return a private image to those who were observed. The private log summed it simply: they weave small things into stories and let us go with one each. The corridor remains unmarked on public charts, but those who read the file speak of it with the caution one reserves for a place that takes souvenir memories. They followed a current that did not flow along the rulebook of tides. Instead, it moved like a thin ribbon of colored water, threading between banks, an organized pulse of microvortices, within which minute bodies marched in slow columns. The columnar bodies were not fish, but elongated sacs, translucent and ringed with ciliary collars. Their locomotion was unusual. Rather than swimming, they rode tiny controlled eddies, they manufactured with synchronized beating. Collectively, they produced long, sinuous trains that could pivot, coil, and split with machine-like precision. At regular intervals along those trains, denser bodies, thicker, domed, and armored, in a lattice of chitin-like plates, surfaced in the ribbon to accept matter from the procession. The collars deposited concentrated packets into armored mouths. The armored forms compressed, and then exuded filaments that seeded the seafloor with structured detritus. The entire operation suggested conveyor belt economy. Producers, transporters, processors, and distributors, arranged into a stable flow that circulated both matter and information. What struck the divers was how the ribbon negotiated interference. Their presence, even small thruster adjustments, caused the column to fold gracefully, preserving its internal circulation. When one crew member tested aggression, thruster spike and net swing, the procession parted, opening a corridor, and then resealing as if the community had rehearsed avoidance. The armored nodes contracted defensively, but did not attack. The system prioritized continuity. Sampling proved nearly impossible. Packets dissolved on ascent. Process debris yielded compound signatures that misfolded under atmospheric pressure. Acoustic tracking revealed an added surprise. The ribbon carried a modulated hiss, a mechanical carrier, across which pulses of low-frequency structure were encoded. Those pulses repeated with variants along the train, suggesting a form of messaging in which matter was both payload and punctuation. A scientist likened it to a postal system in which physical packages carried tags embedded in their turbulence. The last observation unsettled the team. While watching a transfer between collar and armored node, one diver felt a pressure at his temples that was not physical. It was the sense of being judged as a functionary might judge a courier. The sensation lasted only moments and left no physiological trace. The field notes recorded the scene, and a handwritten addendum. They have protocols. We were reviewed and cleared to pass. The ribbon continues its work, unseen by maps and misunderstood by instruments. A commerce of flows that civilizes sediment into usable form. They descended into a bowl where currents circled in concentric bands and discovered standing structures that resembled symbols planted into silt. Each symbol was a shallow dome of calcified tissue rimmed with tiny teeth-like projections. When water brushed the rim, the dome released a whispering puff of microbubbles. Across the bowl, the domes synchronized, releasing puffs in complex polyrhythms that, when mapped, formed a score. The divers named the place the orchestra because the patterns were both musical and functional. The bubble bursts did not merely produce sound, they manipulated micropressure fields that rearranged particulate in predictable ways. During a particular cadence, local bacteria agglutinated into clumps. During another, fine mineral flakes floated into discrete bands. The orchestra harnessed relativistically modest physics to choreograph microscale assembly operations. The domes adjusted rhythms depending on availability of particulate and on larger-scale tidal cues. Their compositions could last hours or collapse in minutes. When a diver produced an unscripted rhythm, a tapping pattern on his tank, the domes assimilated the beat. At first the response was mimicry, then it turned into a transformation. The domes altered a pattern of bubbles into a cascade that swept detritus into a central pit. There the pickup organisms digested and reconstituted material, later exuding dense droplets that slowed to neighboring ecosystems as nutrient packets. The musicians were in effect ecosystem engineers translating rhythm into procurement. Intentionally, the orchestra could deny resource flows. The team watched a rival congregation approach. In response, the domes shifted into dissonance, scattering the pursuers' captured matter. The orchestra managed collective defense through signal variation rather than attack, an ensemble using acoustic physics to choreograph resource distribution and to gate access. Post-dive reports recorded a lingering after effect. Certain rhythms hummed in the crew members' ears for hours afterward. Those who had bathed too long in the bubble cadence reported dreams of coordinated movement and instrument-like tenderness. Again, instruments preserved only faint traces, pressure modulations, acoustic envelopes, while the human mind stored the rest. The file closed with "They make music to move matter, and the music stays with us like a small fever." They found the final site, a narrow shelf where the water moved in short, jerking pulses. Along that rim lay a string of flattened sacs, each the size of a human torso, but folded into accordion pleats. The sacs pulsed in the jerks, compressing and releasing as if pumping fluid through an invisible circulatory arc. When the divers approached, the sacs synchronized their compression cycles to the divers' breathing in slow, measured response. The sacs were manipulators of gradients. They drew diffuse chemicals from the surrounding water, and through staged compression, concentrated those molecules into rich slurries, which they then excreted into microchannels. Alongside these channels, specialist scavengers, thin, reed-like organisms, grazed, converting the slurries into more complex tissue. The sagging sacs thus acted like metabolic engines, localizing and accelerating reaction sequences, normally spread across kilometers. Curiously, the sacs exhibited a form of selective hospitality. When a probe hovered too long and emitted a foreign field, the sacs adjusted their cycle to create eddies that deflected the probe's path, rather than simply rejecting it. The divers felt the change as a soft shove that left no mark on instruments. Later analysis suggested the sacs' behavior reduced the probe's effective perturbation, a smoothing procedure that preserved the community's internal flows. Samples returned were, as usual, ephemeral. But the architecture of function was clear. These sacs turned gradients into pulses, making slow chemistry usable by resident grazers. And they did so while modulating their cycles in response to visitors, indicating sensitivity and an implicit rule set about intrusion and repair. When the team left, one diver scribbled a reluctant line into his log. "We tally their machinery and realize ours is primitive. They do not hunt, they refine. They do not shout, they regulate. They are machinists of the slow." The shelf kept its rhythm after the lights left. The beats continued like a heartbeat. The world above could not hear. We slip onward again, no map mark or announcement. Only a felt change in how the water takes light, and how the logs slow into longer, more deliberate accounts. Below are 4 contiguous records gathered in sequence from that sweep, sustained encounters with life forms and systems that operate by principles unlike ordinary predation, engineering, signaling, cultivation, the kind of deep intelligence that shapes environments rather than simply inhabiting them. They called the first encounter the siphon field, because at a distance the plain looked like a laced web of suction, shallow hollows linked by furrows that breathed. As the submersible descended, each hollow exhaled a thin, cold jet, and then inhaled, in a slow cadence that had no tidal explanation. The team approached cautiously. The jets were subtle, no more than centimeter-wide streams, but they carried an effect disproportionate to their size. Every particle they touched stilled, then assembled into micro-layers like sheets of dust, settling into a pattern. The inhalations pulled those sheets inward, compacting them into puckered discs that the hollows collected at their lips. A probe placed into the path of a jet recorded tiny changes in local pressure and microvorticity. The instruments translated as a controlled pump, an organism-level hydraulic system that manipulated particulate with millimeter precision. When the researchers nudged the system with a deliberate current, the siphons altered phase, increasing frequency, and forming a traveling wave of inhalations that swept across the field and carried matter toward a central node. At that node, a larger aperture, not a simple hole but a lined basin, accepted the consolidated discs, and in response, expelled a warm plume of chemically altered water that formed a slow, visible ribbon. The behavior looked like collection and refinement. The siphons did not devour, They concentrated and then redistributed. Samples taken by a careful manipulator returned matter that was denser, chemically richer, and biologically transformed compared to the ambient slurry. Microscopy revealed a complex scaffold of organics bound by short-lived mineral nodes that disintegrated when exposed above pressure. The transformation implied metabolic processing at microscale, a way to convert diffuse nutrients into packages that could be used by other members of the field. What unsettled the divers was not only the efficiency of the system but its responsiveness to intent. When the team broadcasted a low-frequency hum, the siphons synchronized their cycles to the sound, changing phase and yield. Subsequent tests showed the field could be trained. Repeated sequences of sound or motion prompted the siphons to alter their sorting algorithm, favoring certain particle sizes or organic classes. It was as if the siphons were capable of pattern recognition at an ecological level, learning which inputs corresponded to valuable output and adjusting accordingly. Even more curious were the cognitive echoes left inside observers. Several crew members reported acute instances of associative imagery, while close to the basin, flashes that felt like memories but were not theirs. An orchard at dusk, a child's small shoe half buried in sand, a melody half remembered. Cameras and hydrophones recorded no signal correlating with these impressions. The effect repeatedly paired with proximity to the central node and to the warm ribbon it expelled. The divers came to believe the field traded processed matter for impressions, an exchange beyond chemical economy, an ecological barter where attention or recollection functioned as currency. No physical specimen survived decompression intact. Every sample degraded into unidentifiable compounds within hours. All that remained were behavioral maps, pressure traces, and subjective reports. The private margin notes called the siphon field a cultivator. It engineers flows, turns diffuse life into valuable packets, and perhaps negotiates with the minds that watch it. The team left the area with a sense of having witnessed an industry perfectly adapted to scarcity, not the ravings of a predator, but the steady work of manufacture and exchange. They followed the current a little farther, and found a reef that wrote itself in light. From afar the wall looked ordinary slate, streaked with white. But when the divers drew near, tiny colonies of bacteria flared in arrays that traced thin, transient marks on the passing water. The marks were geometric, not random flickers, short arcs, branching forks, a cluster of dots arranged like punctuation. As they watched, the patterns extended into lines that crossed and recrossed, forming graphic loops suspended in the current. These glyphs were produced by cascades of coordinated luminescence. Individual microbes flashed in millisecond sequence to produce larger motifs, the microbial equivalent of pixels, organizing into letters. The divers learned to stimulate the wall with gentle pulses of pressure and watch the colonies reply. Sometimes the reply repeated their pattern in inverted color. Sometimes it composed a new motif that resembled nothing in human symbology. Playback of high-frame imagery showed precise timing between flashes, organized into ratios that recurred across separate reefs, a grammar, perhaps, or an index keyed to environmental variables. The reef used its luminous glyphs in several functional ways. At low energy states, the marks served as beacons, guiding larvae and small plankton into sheltered eddies among the reef's folds. At other times, the glyphs acted as temporal notes, a sequence that, when repeated, induced nearby filter feeders to open and release stored nutrients, creating a sudden bloom the reef then exploited. In one recorded exchange, the divers watched as a larval shoal reacted to a glyph by altering vertical position en masse, suggesting that the light patterns were read by other organisms and could function as commands across species. Attempts to capture the microbial colonies failed. When removed from their current, in situ they were exquisite and fragile. The divers noted that the glyphs sometimes incorporated the patterns of passing objects, the submersible's silhouette, the sweep of a diver's arm, but recomposed them into novel motifs, as if translating movement into a visual sentence. A technician later described the reef as a public writer. It inscribes events into light, creating an ephemeral record that other life can read. The glyphs do not persist beyond a few minutes. Their meaning is live, shared in the passing medium of water. The divers left another impression. When a glyph repeated near the edge of their lights, several crew members experienced a precise intrusive image, not remembered, not imagined, but offered as if the reef had given a prompt. One man saw the outline of a door he had never opened. Another saw the shadow of a bird that did not exist in that depth. They began to suspect the reef's luminous communication extends beyond the chemical and into the cognitive, not by force but through carefully timed visual stimuli that tug at pattern recognition centers. The reef is both archive and playwright. It composes scenes in light and watches how living audiences respond. The next site felt less like a congregation and more like a factory for possibility. A shelf of porous stone had been colonized by layered mats of tissue that folded in accordion pleats. Between each pleat lay narrow channels through which water moved at different rates. The mats acted like variable speed pumps, shifting flow regimes locally to expose particular microbes and suspended particles to microzones of temperature, pH, and ionic concentration. The mats controlled with exquisite subtlety. When the divers inserted microprobes, they found that the mats could accelerate or decelerate chemical reactions by orders of magnitude in the enclosed channels. A simple pigment that would normally oxidize over days changed color within minutes. A peptide assembled faster than any recorded at that pressure. The mats effectively run microreactors, biological devices that manipulate kinetics to extract value from otherwise sparse inputs. The output was not always nutrition in the conventional sense. Sometimes the products were structural, filament bundles, hardened beads, or sheets with unusual elasticity. The mats exhibited selective hospitality. They allowed certain microbes to pass and trapped others, operating a sieve that looked like taste. When foreign solids were introduced experimentally, the mats adjusted flow to sequester and process them into substrates the resident microfauna could use. The divers watched a cascade wherein a flocculent particle converted into a fibrous strand, which in turn became the scaffold for a colony of sessile grazers. The mats thus choreographed succession, shaping community composition by engineering the microchemical environment. Their interaction with visitors was not indifferent. When the submersible's light remained steady in one spot, the mats responded by releasing an array of scent-like molecules, volatile organics that spread in the immediate water. The molecules had behavioral effects on small grazers, which swam in and consumed the effluent. The team concluded the mats use chemical signaling to recruit assistants in processing complex substrates. The mats are engineers and managers. They create tasks, attract workers, and harvest the results. The final record in this block records a nursery, not a single brood chamber, but a mapped series of terraces where juveniles of many phyla clustered, each terrace tuned to a developmental niche. The terraces were constructed from layered sediment bound by living gels. Each terrace had a distinct microenvironment: warmer strata, cooler fissures, oxygenated pockets, acid micropools. Larvae transferred between terraces as they developed. Guided by gradients the community maintained. At intervals the nursery would flush, releasing cascades of larvae downslope in timed pulses that synchronized with tides or with migratory patterns observed in other species. The divers witnessed a flush, timed to an ephemeral plankton bloom. The released juveniles rode the bloom outward and settled in new grounds, suggesting the nursery managed recruitment and distribution across the seascape. It was a population-level strategy: cultivate, release and seed habitats, opportunistically. The nursery's maintenance employed technologies the divers had not expected. Small workers harvested detritus, enzymatically processed it, and packed it into nutrient pellets. Larger guardians maintained flow inlets, using muscular flaps to adjust exchange rates between terraces. When the divers attempted to sample a juvenile, caregivers responded by shrouding it beneath a gelatinous membrane. The membrane hardened in seconds into an opaque shell that prevented retrieval. The community protected its young with coordinated behaviors that defeated our tools. On ascent, Crew members carried images of terraces arranged like pages in a book, ordered, purposeful, and ancient. The final margin note read, "They rear not for singular survival, but for distribution. Their offspring are seeds sent to build futures in places we cannot yet name." The nursery closed the block. The deep here does not only preserve life, it plans for it, designs developmental pipelines, and times recruitment to the rhythms of a sea that seems in many places to have learned to manage its own future. We surface now, the lights folding away into the black, like closing lids. For hours we followed fragments, curtains that refract memory, lattices that sing below human hearing, meadows that curate the smallest things into meaning, and systems that engineer time. The logs do not always agree with film or sonar. Instruments grow silent, where eyewitnesses insist something happened. That contradiction is this record's heart. The deep records differently than we do. If you watched this voyage to the end, you have been guided into places that refuse easy names. The creatures and structures here are not monsters to be conquered. They are architectures of living purpose, archivists, cultivators, machinists of chemistry, and keepers of rhythm. Some tolerate observation, others are just to be understood. A few simply close their forms and wait. We leave them with what we always bring: attention. Attention is not neutral in the abyss. It changes the patterns it touches. Our records are fragmented and partial, but they are true. There are forms in the deepest depths that do not merely hide. They compose the rules around themselves. Will we return? Will we learn to read light and stone? Those are the questions the deep leaves us.